Good evening. Welcome to the March 26, 2025 meeting of the Oceanside City Council. I'd like to go ahead and ask our city clerk to do the roll call, please.
Mayor Sanchez.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Joyce. Present. Councilmember Figueroa. Present. Councilmember Robinson. Here. Councilmember Weiss. Here.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation. Tonight we have Pastor Hal Seed of New Song Community Church. Pastor
Thank you for inviting me. I want to say something to you all in encouragement before I pray. I moved my family here 34 years ago to start a church, and every year our city has gotten better. I think there's probably some people here who want some more sand on their beaches from what I've seen, but I just came from the Wagner Aquatic Center, which is a world-class complex. I have grandchildren that play almost every night of the week. Somebody plays on a ball field around here that's wonderfully maintained. Of course, we have nothing to do with the climate, but it's a blessed city, and I have watched this city council work very hard.
We do a lot of praying for the climate.
There you go. Thank you for your work on behalf of our city. I probably represent over 1,000 people in my church who benefit from your work. Let's pray together.
Thank you.
Father, from experience, I know that decisions are made better when you're part of it, and so tonight we invite your presence to be with this council and this meeting. We pray that you would watch over our words and our decisions. We pray that the officers and council members here would be able to listen well, together make good, synergistic, best decisions for this city and its people. We pray your great provision over the city in a continued way like you have been, and also over all the people gathered here tonight. And this we pray in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Seed. Next, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm asking Councilmember Figueroa to lead us, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, next is our land acknowledgement, and we actually happen to have Captain Mel Vernon of the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians present. So, Captain Vernon.
Thank you, Mary Sanchez and council members. It looks like it's a real popular night to be here. Let's get out. And going back in time here in Oceanside, thousands and thousands of years, the people now known as the Luiseño people have been here, also known as the Payim Kawichan, the people of the West, has been the traditional caretakers of the land, stewards of the land, and living in a time when I'm sure there was plenty of sand on the beach for everyone to go around. But that being said, we're still here, and as a tribe, and up and down into Riverside, and still participating in every level there is of community. Still stewards of the land, looking forward to take care of it and what help everyone in this community also. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is our closed session report. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mayor. Council did meet in closed session today. There was no meeting on item 1. On item 2, council met in closed session regarding the personnel evaluation of city manager, conduct a personnel evaluation, unanimous direction to staff for Mr. O'Brien, the deputy city manager, to negotiate a compensation package update with Mr. Borrego and to bring that compensation package forward in open session with a recommendation from staff. Item 3, litigation existing regarding the Brent Rawson versus Denise Doogie, met and provided direction but no reportable action under the Brown Act at this time.
Thank you. Next are consent calendar items 4 through 19. I understand that item number 15 has been pulled. Any other items pulled?
We have not received any requests to pull any of the other items from members of the public.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
Move approval. All of them, including.
All except item number 15, which is being pulled. Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Second is by Deputy Mayor. Please vote.
Item approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 15, I understand, has a 10-minute organized presentation as well as 5 other speakers, is that correct?
We have now 7 speakers and 1 organized presentation.
Okay, so that's over 20 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and move that along to a little later. I'm going to try to get through some of these general items. Item number 20, staff recommends that the city council receive an update on the city's tobacco retailer license program. We're going to begin with a report by Kirk Munt, Code Enforcement Division Manager. Kurt? All right, item number 21 is he not in the room, I guess? So item number 21, staff recommends the city council accept and file the housing element annual progress report for calendar year 2024 pursuant to Government Code Section 65400. This is a report by Natalie Vasquez, Associate Planner. Ms. Vasquez? Okay. Item number 22 is staff recommends that the city council award a public works agreement to TE Roberts, Inc. in the amount of $2,186,000 for the construction of the Rancho del Oro JP Steiger Water Main Replacement Project. Authorize city engineer to execute change orders up to a total of 15% of the contract value for any unforeseen conditions, and authorize city manager to execute the agreement upon receipt of all supporting documents. Neil Irani, Senior Civil Engineer. Yay. Thank you, Mr. Irani.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. My name is Neil Irani. I'm a senior civil engineer with the Water Utilities Department, and I'll be presenting to you item 22, award of contract for the RDO JP Steiger Water Main Replacement Project. Staff recommends award of contract to TE Roberts in the amount shown for the construction of the RDO JP Steiger Water Main Replacement Project, authorizing the city engineer to approve change orders up to 15% of the contract value, and authorizing the city manager to execute agreements upon receipt of all supporting documents. A little background on the project: a prior water main break on our 24-inch steel water transmission main located in Rancho del Oro Drive in between Highway 76 and Villa Rancho Road has left a portion of the transmission main out of service. This steel 24-inch transmission main is a critical feed to one of the city's largest pressure zones. This finished project will rehabilitate and reinstate full service to the transmission main, and the city will utilize trenchless slip line installation methods to minimize impacts to residents, school operations, and local traffic. Here's a summary of our bid results. 3 bids were received and opened on February 4th. TE Roberts was the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Here is a cost breakdown for the project. The project is funded by Fund 712, Water Fixed Asset Replacement. You can see the available balance there. After subtracting contract amount and construction contingency of 15%, there'll be just over $190,000 left remaining in the account. So to summarize recommendations, staff recommends awarding the contract to TE Roberts in the amount shown for construction, authorizing change orders up to 50%, and authorizing city manager to execute agreements upon receipt of all documents. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Councilmember Weiss, you have a question?
Yes, I'll move approval staff recommendation. I just want to make sure, though, that since there's between the low and the high, there's almost $4 million on the table, that you not get beat up with a whole bunch of change orders. But I'll move approval staff recommendation.
Yeah, there was a big range with the lowest and the highest, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, Councilmember Weiss and Mayor Sanchez. The low came in at our engineer's estimate. We felt that it was bid to win the job and that it fit into their schedule and their goals, and we're happy with the contractor that's getting the project.
Fantastic, thank you. Are there any requests to speak from the public?
There is none.
All right, there's a motion, is there a second? Okay, there's a motion, second, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 21, staff recommends the City Council accept and file the Housing Element Annual Progress Report for calendar year 2024 pursuant to Government Code Section 65400. This is information only at this point, which will open up the comment period. This will be given by Natalie Vasquez, Associate Planner. Ms. Vasquez.
Hello. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I am Natalie Vasquez with the Development Service Department, here this evening to present the Housing Element Annual Progress Report update for the 2024 reporting year. Staff recommends that the City Council to accept and file the Housing Element Annual Progress Report for the 2024 calendar year in compliance with Government Code Section 65400. State housing law requires all local governments to adequately plan to meet the housing needs of all economic segments of the community by adopting a housing element. The primary function of the housing element is to identify the housing needs of all Oceanside residents and establish goals and strategies for developing and preserving an adequate supply of housing for all income levels. The current planning period for the housing element is the sixth cycle, which extends from April 15, 2021 to April 15, 2029. On June 16, 2021, the housing element was adopted by the City Council. On September 13, 2023, it was readopted by the City Council. And on November 14, 2023, the housing element was certified by the Department of Housing and Community Development, the HCD. Under Government Code 65400, each jurisdiction is required to prepare an annual progress report known as the APR. This report must be reviewed at an annual public meeting by April 1st before being submitted to the HCD and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. The Annual Progress Report, or APR, monitors the city's progress in meeting its Regional Housing Needs Assessment, RHNA, obligation, which is the assigned number of housing units each jurisdiction must accommodate across all income levels. It also tracks the implementation of the Housing Element Housing Action Plan. The APR identifies RHNA housing units that are under review, entitled, issued building permits, or granted certificates of occupancy. It is important to note that the city receives RHNA credit for housing units with issued building permits. The City of Oceanside has been allocated a RHNA obligation of 5,443 units for the sixth cycle. These units are distributed across 4 income levels: 1,268 units for very low income, 718 units for low income, 883 units for moderate income, and 2,574 units for above moderate income. For the 2024 calendar year, the city issued 554 housing units and granted certificate of occupancy for 676 housing units. This slide presents the number of housing units issued building permits and/or granted certificate of occupancies by income level in 2024. It is important to note that RENA credit is only awarded for building permits issued during the reporting period. Notable projects with units that were issued building permits in 2024 include Cypress Point, Rio Rockwell, and North River Farms. Projects with units that were granted certificate of occupancy in 2024 include Greenbrier Village, Alta Oceanside, Melrose Heights, Mercantile Lofts, and Grandview Point. This table highlights the city's progress towards achieving its RENA allocations. It details the number of units issued, building permits by affordability level, broken down by year within the current housing cycle. As of 2024, 2,326 units have been issued building permits, leaving 3,117 units to fulfill the total RENA allocation of the 5,443 units. 134 units count towards very low income, with 1,134 units still needed. As for low income, 88 units have been issued building permits, with 630 units remaining. Moderate income units, 485 units have been issued permits, and 398 are remaining, and above moderate income with 1,619 units and 955 units remaining. This table illustrates the number of units by structure type from the year 2020 to 2023. 5+ unit structures, typically apartments, lead with 1,067 units. ADUs follow with 411 units, indicating the growing role of ADUs in addressing housing needs. Single-family detached homes account for 185 units, 2 to 4 units at structures at 85 units, mobile homes at 31 units, and attached single-family residences such as townhomes at 16 units. These figures primarily represent new construction and could include replacement units as well. Accessory dwelling units, or most commonly known as ADUs, have emerged as one of the most significant housing trends in Oceanside. The 2021 and 2029 housing element outlines a set of goals and policies to address housing needs, with Goal 1 focusing on creating housing opportunities for all residents. As part of this effort, the city has set an annual goal facilitating 32 ADUs, totaling 256 units over the housing element cycle. To achieve this, the City of Oceanside has implemented a streamlined review process for the construction of ADUs. As shown on this table, the city has not only met but significantly exceeded the annual goal of facilitating 32 ADUs per year. Between 2021 and 2024, a total of 480 permits have been issued, and a total of 363 building permits have received building final, surpassing the cumulative goal of 256 ADUs. In 2024, the city issued 123 building permits and finalized 109 permits. Over the past 4 years, the city has averaged 120 permits issued annually and 91 permits finalized annually. This map demonstrates the locations of all permitted and constructed ADUs from 2020 to 2023 throughout the city. The map shows that ADUs are widespread across the city, indicating a strong interest for homeowners to develop ADUs on their property, thereby creating housing opportunities within the city. This presentation, along with the accompanying staff report, summarizes the 2024 APR and highlights the city's progress in meeting its RENA allocation for the 6th housing element cycle. Based on this information, staff recommends that the City Council accept and file the 2024 housing element annual progress report as required by Government Code Section 65400. This concludes my presentation. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vasquez. Do we have any requests to speak from the public?
We do not.
Okay. This is information only. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? Deputy Mayor Joyce?
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I was just doing some quick numbers. It looks like we have made through the cycle so far, so we're 4 years in, we're at about 10% for our very low-income units. We're about at 12% for our low-income. The good news is we are on pace with moderate income, so about halfway through the cycle, we're about halfway through our moderate income allocation, and we are buzzing on above moderate, so we're at 62% of our above moderate income units built. Where do the ADUs, and you may have said this, and I apologize if you did, where do the ADUs get placed on the RENA table? Do they get included in that?
And the housing element outlines ADUs as moderate income,
Okay.
and JADUs or any ADU that is less than 400 square feet could qualify as low-income units.
Are they automatically qualified, or they have to be, they automatically go into the low-income units allocation?
Deputy Mayor Joyce, so as Natalie mentioned, depending on the threshold of their size, it gets categorized as either moderate or low income. So anything below 400 square feet or below gets categorized as a low income unit.
And that makes up for the non-deed restricted numbers on that table, I'm assuming?
That's accurate.
Yes, correct.
Cool. All right. Well, I appreciate the presentation. You know, I hope that we can figure out a way to make progress in those two areas as a council. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Weiss.
Yeah, to Mr. Madera, so, but we have projects on file that haven't been entitled yet that would increase and improve our very low and low income numbers. Is that correct?
Councilmember Weiss, that's correct. The numbers reflected today, as Natalie mentioned, are just for permits issued and permits final. Those are the ones we get credit for. We have a host of projects that are actually entitled or in the pipeline that do include an affordable housing component. So those, we haven't realized the majority of those projects. They have not come in for building permits yet.
Okay, so once they come for building permits, then we'll see these numbers increase in the next cycle, if you will.
Yes, so in 2025, as an example, we have a project that's currently grading, and presumably they'll obtain their permit this year, their building permit. Once they obtain their building permit, we'll see that, like as an example, the above moderate might increase by 300 units, and the very low income for which it's reserved units for would see an increase of 30 units. So we're making progress, but it's incremental in nature.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have another question. I would really like to see some kind of a dashboard that's updated so that whenever someone has an interest in seeing how we're doing on our RENA numbers, if we could include that. And Councilmember Weiss's question was really, really good. If we could add a column to the entitlements, understanding that that is not what is reported to the state, but would put it in perspective, like what we have done as a council, and then getting the permits. Is that something we can do?
So Mayor Sanchez, currently HCD actually maintains a dashboard. It's based on the progress report, this report. Once we file it with HCD, they'll take that data and put it into the dashboard. I'm not 100% sure if it contains entitled projects on there. That's something that we could look into, perhaps put in some information on our website, or maybe working with the housing and neighborhood services to provide that information to the public.
So I envision the dashboard being included in all the project reports so that we know where we're at when we're moving forward on approving projects. And again, including that one that we don't have to give to the HCD is the entitlement. Is that something that we can do? Mr. Borrego?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor and council members would be happy to see about that. I know that we just recently purchased software that allows us to create enhanced dashboards, and we can certainly see if we could put it to use.
A new toy. I just love it. No. All right, thank you. It looks like there are no other comments. Thank you so much for that presentation. Again, this is information only. Item number 20, staff recommends that the City Council receive an update on the city's tobacco retailer license program, and Mr. Kurt Munt, our Code Enforcement Division Manager, is doing a report here. Again, this is information only.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. My name is Kirk Munt. I'm the Code Enforcement Division Manager, and I'm here to provide a update on the city's tobacco retail license program. This program was initially started in 2020 with the intent of reducing underage sales of tobacco. Other cities in the area had a similar program, and it was suggested that the City of Oceanside adopt something that would mimic those and provide additional inspection criteria and enforcement to prevent those underage sales. At the time the ordinance was drafted, there was approximately a 12% statewide 12% success rate with minors purchasing tobacco. Since the city's program has gone into effect and other state laws have become operable, that number has dropped down to 7.3% in 2023. And the way that the program works is there's three aspects to this. There's the administration of the license, which is done through the finance division. There's the code enforcement inspection of each retailer that sells tobacco in the city. And then the final component is an undercover operation done with OPD, in which a minor decoy will go into a select business, 20 of those businesses per year, and attempt to purchase tobacco with an underage person. During some of our recent, I have some photos here on the screen. During some of our recent inspections, we found flavored tobacco, which has been prohibited by state law since 2022. You'll notice this photo here on your screen is dated March 20th, just a week ago. And on this screen, you can see it says Geek Bar Pulse. These are the flavor menus of the items that they have available in this store. Obviously, raspberry peach, lime berry orange, lemon heads, sour apple, sour mango, obviously flavored items which are prohibited by state law. And there is a little play on words there, yes, it's not misspelled. So we found these during our inspections. Here's some other photos. This is a back room of a similar store. Geek Bar is the name of a vaporizer. Obviously, the different flavors have different colors. There's lemon, there's watermelon ice, orange, different flavors. Again, these prohibited by state law since 2022. This is another store right at the front and within customer reach, which is another prohibited criteria. These are tobacco wrappers, which are flavored, Russian cream, grape dream. You can see the honey bourbon. We've got different colors and different flavors that go along with this, and these are recent photos. This is another business which is allowed to sell tobacco. However, they have a large display of drug paraphernalia, which requires a CUP. It's not covered by their typical business license. This is another item that we found during our inspections. Notice the date on the photo is just a week ago. I believe this is the same store. And here's another vape menu from March 26th of this year showing the different flavors: Miami mint, grape raz, straw melon, cool mint, blueberry, watermelon. So the intent of this program was to do the additional inspections. There is a fee that's associated with the administration of the license, the code enforcement inspection, and also the undercover operations. But that was to provide that additional level of enforcement and inspection to catch violations like this. There are some state laws, obviously the flavored tobacco prohibition, that go into, that have a part in preventing these sales and reducing these. However, the enforcement falls on the local law enforcement authority, which is either code enforcement or OPD. During a recent operation, September of 2024, 6 businesses were inspected with the OPD decoy, and 6 of those businesses that were inspected were in violation selling flavored tobacco. We do that pre-inspection We inspect every single business within the city that sells tobacco, and we have a good idea of which businesses may or may not be in violation, and we work with OPD to direct those operations toward those offenders. During the 2024 inspection, code enforcement staff inspected 100 businesses. Of those 100 businesses, 21 of those failed their first inspection. Some of those were due to flavored tobacco being discovered in the store. Others were, there's a sticker that's provided by the state. It's called the Stake Act, just to prevent youth access to tobacco. There's a sticker that's required at every point of sale. Some of those stickers were removed or had been damaged to where they're not readable. Code enforcement reached out to the state, got a stack of those stickers to provide them to the retailers. We ensure that those are in place during our inspection. And I've provided an inspection form as an attachment to this item if you're curious what those criteria may be. The inspection fee, currently $319.63, which was established by resolution in 2020. It's based on cost recovery. Each of those items, the administration, the inspection, and the enforcement, each have a different component, and those are funded through the license fee that's charged to each retailer that sells tobacco. I believe that concludes my presentation. I'm available if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mund. I did have a question regarding something that's in your staff report, and that is that code also discovered that many of the businesses that failed an inspection would simply remove the prohibited products in order to pass the inspection, then return the prohibited products to the shelves for sale once the inspection was completed. Others were found to be concealing prohibited products that were discovered through additional enforcement action. We're very concerned about that. If this is happening over and over, is there some other enforcement activity that we can do to make these businesses comply, such as some kind of abatement? And I also have a question for the city attorney about that, because they're basically just trying to fool us, our city, into thinking that they're in compliant when they're not.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Mayor Sanchez, that is an excellent question. I do have a response, and I'll give an example here. This is a business that we inspected. I'm not going to name it. We inspected this on March 26th of 2024. We found flavored tobacco, notified the store they needed to remove those items. Inspected them again in May, same finding, same advisement from staff. The business owner called us in mid-June and requested an inspection because they believed they were in compliance. We showed up the next day, they continued to have flavored tobacco. We issued a citation at that point. They called us again in August. We inspected the business in August of 24. The business was found to be in compliance. None of the flavored tobacco, all the flavored tobacco had been removed. Fast forward a month, we send OPD in there with a decoy, and the decoy has offered a full range of flavored tobacco products. So just like you mentioned, items being concealed, but then still readily available for a customer who asks. Some of those flavors, pina colada, white gummy ice, frozen watermelon, pink lemonade, dragon melon, the list kind of goes on, similar to the other ones that you've seen this evening. So in that regard, what we did with this business is we have a provision in the code existing that on their first violation, we can suspend their ability to sell tobacco for 30 days. And for a business that relies on those tobacco sales, that's a significant impact, but it also should serve as a great deterrent to prevent further violations. And in this case, that license is suspended for the 30-day period. There is, of course, an appeal process. They can appeal that to the business license division. They can also appeal that beyond to the city council.
Have you had an opportunity to determine whether that is successful? Like, for example, that example that you gave?
Well, so when we do a suspension, we want to make sure that the business is complying with that suspension. So we will send staff in there and confirm that all tobacco has been removed from the store, and that's kind of our spot check. We will check them periodically throughout that suspension period to determine that they're complying with that suspension. We can't prevent every sale. We can't prevent everybody from hiding a product in certain places and offering it for sale, but we do our best to inspect these. We use a checklist. We're being objective with these inspection criteria. They're the same inspection criteria that we've used for the past few years. So if you pass the 2023 inspection, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to pass the 2024 inspection based on the same criteria.
Thank you. And with respect to the inspections, are they the same time every year, or do you vary it to try to see if they're really in compliance?
We do it during a similar time of year. It is an annual permit, so we do need to renew that on an annual basis.
Okay.
We try to show up relatively unannounced so that we can see how they operate normally. And then the purpose of those undercover operations are to really catch violators off guard when they aren't expecting it.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson?
Thank you. And you asked several of the questions I was going to ask, so great. And thanks for the report. You covered some things also that I was going to ask, so I appreciate that. I just want to kind of direct to council. We did receive an email from Kim Murray of Beach House Winery, and this topic was something that I've been wanting to get on the agenda for a while, so I'm glad it's timely to have this report. And she makes a couple observations, but just one, in the cost of our Oceanside
License.
permit was $319.63, I think you said, and the state tag is $265. So the point is that for a small retailer and like the winery or some of our golf courses or something like that, that may have a humidor behind the counter and offer a cigar to people that want it, they're paying quite a bit a year for an inspection. So, and she has a lot of other details in her memo, and I won't go through all of them. Just out of curiosity, how many, and I should have asked you this ahead of time, I guess, but total man hours or person hour to do these inspections, what do you think how many days out of the week do you think it takes?
It depends on the retailer. If we have to make a return visit, obviously, that's going to add to that. The initial cost for code enforcement per business is $127. That's the inspection fee for our staff going out there, looking through the business, verifying compliance, going over this checklist on any return visits. We don't have a re-inspection fee. It's just all inclusive.
Okay. And you answered my question about the undercover. That was good. Thank you. Typically, where you see the violations, what type of businesses do you see? Are they in smoke shops? Are they in, where do you see them? What kind of businesses?
Some are liquor stores. I'll agree with you that a winery that has a cigar case probably isn't going to be the number one violator. The golf course, I don't know if there's a whole lot of kids going there to buy tobacco, but the ones that we found so far are smoke-specific shops or convenience stores. Those are we found gas stations that are selling, whether it's your typical name brand gas station that's also selling flavored tobacco under the counter. Those are the types of things we found. We do inspect every retailer, every person who sells tobacco. So the businesses that you mentioned that just may have that single cigar case, we do inspect them just to verify compliance, that the case is behind the counter, it can't be accessed without staff assistance, that it's not something within reach of minors, where somebody can reach around their counter and grab it, that they don't have those flavored products that are prohibited. So we do check all those items on every business.
So this, if I understood what you said, it's a state regulation, but we're mandated to do the compliance inspections, is that?
It is state law. This program, the TRL program, adds an inspection component that's not required. However, the flavor prohibition is state law. It's in the Health and Safety Code. Local law enforcement, so that would be OPD, is responsible for the enforcement of it. There isn't a state agency that comes down and checks each retailer for flavored tobacco. They have the prohibition, but there's not really anyone. I guess the state attorney general has those laws, and they can receive those impounded items, but they don't have an inspection component that we're aware of that does this.
So that I know you said it could be, their license could be pulled for 30 days, but if they're habitual, they need the state sticker to buy wholesale. They can't, our sticker doesn't do anything for them for buying tobacco. It just basically says, yeah, they're in compliance with our regulation. Is there any reporting procedure back to the state where they could lose their ability to buy tobacco if they're habitual offenders?
Not that I'm aware of to the state, but our local ordinance does have escalating suspension. On the third it's 30 days for the first violation, 90 days for the second, and then it's revocation for 5 years on the third violation. So if somebody's selling that flavored tobacco each year, we do that escalating suspension to revocation process. And without a TRL, they're not allowed to sell tobacco products.
You hit most of the points I was going to ask. I think you probably make a case, originally I was going to make a motion that we kind of do away with this. I don't see it as.
Could I ask just for a sec, do we have any requests to speak on from the public?
Yes, we have two.
Can we?
I can wait.
Hold up, okay, let's
If you
listen to
come
the two.
back to me.
Yes, yes. Oh, at this point? Yeah, okay, Councilmember Figueroa?
Recently, I met with, thank you for your presentation and for doing all that work as well. I met with Vista Community Clinics Tobacco Control Program, which I'm sure you've probably talked to.
We worked with them initially, yes.
Yeah, they did bring a few things, and so they shared their data with me as well, and they shared that other cities, some of our neighboring cities in North County, have ordinances in place to penalize retailers from such blatant practices, or not just blatant practices, but violating state law. Have we considered, well, let me rephrase that. What penalties do we have in place outside of what you shared to deter this type of activity from these retailers who are not in compliance?
Well, we can issue the citation, the criminal citation. We can also revoke that tobacco retail license. I don't know what the other cities have involved, but I'm interested to hear what they are, and we could reach out to those other cities to see what they're doing.
Okay, and I think that's something that we can discuss further. I just looking at some of this and knowing that some of those are located in District 3 and not too far away from where I know youth congregate, this is a major issue, especially when it's being done so blatant. It doesn't even require a check. I mean, you're walking in, it's right there. And so, no, I definitely appreciate the effort put towards this. And so, yeah, thank you.
Thanks. And just a quick example that you reminded me of, during this appeal hearing, the business owner made a purchase of 16 flavored tobacco items and brought them to our appeal hearing, essentially to say that this stuff is everywhere. So we did take record of those. Sure. They had a receipt with the address and the business name. We will be following up on each of those businesses.
And then I guess to the appeal process, during that appeal process, can they still sell while this is being appealed and hasn't been finalized, or do they have to stop sale? And then how long does it take to go through the appeal process if we have any record of that?
The appeal process, they're not prohibited from selling, but once that decision is rendered where the suspension becomes effective, then it is effective at that point.
And have we had that happen?
We've had some suspensions, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from the two members from the public.
Our first speaker is Jesse Lopez Ramirez, to be followed by Shauna Lynn Simmons. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sanchez, members of the council and staff. My name is Jesse Lopez. I am 20 years old. I was born, raised, and have lived in Oceanside my whole life. As an Oceanside resident, I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude for the hard work each one of you do to keep my city, our city, safe, clean, and beautiful. Oceanside truly does stand as a landmark in the San Diego County, and your efforts are greatly appreciated. I would also like to acknowledge the hard work that has gone into the tobacco retail license program. However, I believe that there's still much more work to be done to protect our youth, like me, and like many others that live here in Oceanside. I'd like to share a personal experience regarding the underage tobacco use and the tobacco retail license program. My 12-year-old sister was recently able to purchase a flavored vape This deeply concerns my family and I, as it raises questions about what our city is doing to protect youth and to prevent underage tobacco purchases. I would also like to note that I work throughout the County of San Diego to provide information on lead poisoning, which is subsequently found in vapes. I educate the youth about how not to do vapes and the dangers of lead poisoning. Despite these risks, my sister was still able to purchase a vape and easily obtain one, and was unfortunately a victim of peer pressure. I feel that this will continue to happen with more youth more often unless Oceanside takes a stronger action and holds accountable the stores that are selling vapes to minors. I want to thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you say your name?
Yes, it's Shoshana Lynn Simmons.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Shoshana Lynn Simmons, and I am a program supervisor of Vista Community Clinic's Tobacco Control Program. And I wanted to thank you all for your continued efforts to protect the youth of Oceanside from accessing harmful tobacco products and developing a dangerous addiction that can increase their susceptibility to other addictions. I recently attended a youth panel hosted by the North Coastal Prevention Coalition and heard directly from Oceanside students and Oceanside school staff that youth vaping on campus, including flavored tobacco products, is a major concern of theirs. And as this discussion continues, I would like to share with you all the Public Health Law Center's model policy checklist of protections that can be included in a comprehensive tobacco retail license policy. These protections can include expanding the requirement of retailers to be further than 1,000 feet away from schools and other youth-friendly areas such as parks and community centers, but also other retailers that have a tobacco retail license. This recommendation is not limited by the type of retailer, such as a smoke shop or tobacco-only store, but rather any retailer with a tobacco license. Additionally, the checklist also includes prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco products. And while the studies presented today show a decline in statewide tobacco use, what isn't highlighted is more information on youth-specific flavored tobacco product use. And as the previous speaker mentioned, youth are able to access flavored products in Oceanside. And according to the FDA's 2024 National Youth Tobacco Survey, among the 1.6 million e-cigarette users, 87.6 report using flavored e-cigarettes. And though there is a state ban on flavored tobacco products, cities are able to implement their own stipulations for better coordinating efforts regarding flavored tobacco products. I have provided a copy of the checklist from the Public Health Law Center and would also like to offer our assistance as VCC to the city in helping to identify flavored products as well as help in navigating resources as you continue this discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Thank you. No other requests to speak, correct? Okay, back to the council. My understanding is that while this is information only, there is a request from the dais that we, number one, look at closely at the fee, licensing fee, and for businesses like the winery, that perhaps there be a different fee, lower fee, understanding that we still need to do cost recovery, right? Which may or may not mean that other fees go up, for others go up, but as long as it's cost recovery. And another one, I believe, is that we look at some of the other practices some of the practices that other cities do to ensure that there are not these flavored tobacco commodity out there, products out there, such as what Ms. Simmons has indicated, and that we look at that. Is there, since this is information only, is that something that we can do moving forward, Mr. Borrego?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor and council members, yes, we'd be happy to look at all that and bring some options back to council for consideration.
All right. Councilmember Robinson.
Thanks, and you hit it pretty closely, and I can talk to the city manager when we meet on other ideas. But Kirk, I did have one quick question for you. I forgot to ask you. On the inspection form, you have informational questions on there? What do you, I just want to know, there's like 5 or 6 informational questions. What do you do with that information when you gather it? What happens to it? Why do you collect it?
Which questions are you asking specific?
Basically, it is number 5 through, well, it's only, I guess, 4 questions, 5 through 8, or 9. It says informational questions. They're not, you have compliance check, and then you have informational questions. So I'm assuming the informational questions on the form are not required?
You're referring to the attachment?
Yeah, to your inspection license, your inspection form that was sent.
Correct. These are the best criteria that were provided by other cities that have had these in place, so that's why we ask those to gather that information. We take pictures from the outside of the store, see if there may be any of those issues violating there.
Okay, but are they, I guess I'm asking, are they required to have a card reader to validate purchasers' identity at every store, or is that just information?
I don't believe it's required. I think it's just more a question, like you mentioned, an informational question, but not a regulatory requirement. But I can double check with that information.
Okay, just want to know what happens with all the information we collect. So thanks.
Deputy Mayor Joyce?
Just to speak to the request, I don't know that I would be comfortable with us like picking out which businesses should get a high license and which shouldn't. I think there's a lot of subjectivity in that. My preference for this kind of thing, if we're going to do differentiated fees, I think if you're in good standing the previous year, you pay a smaller fee. And if you weren't in good standing for any reason whatsoever, given the rules that we've had set for years, then you pay a higher fee, recognizing that it's a higher cost recovery that we require. So I think that'd be my preference if we're looking to adjust this at all. But I do worry about this just picking out like, oh, liquor stores, you got to pay a higher. I don't know. I don't know how that would work in practice without being somewhat discriminatory.
Right, so there's no motion, we're not having a motion, we're just giving direction to staff to look at. So does staff have any questions with respect to the requests? Okay, thank you so much. Item number 23, staff recommends the City Council introduce an ordinance amending section 15.63 and 15.68 and adding section 15.69 of the Oceanside City Code to modify existing sidewalk vending regulations. And Mr. Munt, we have you again.
Thank you. Wait just a second here. Honorable Mayor and council members, Kirk Munt, Code Enforcement Division Manager. Here to introduce an amendment to our existing ordinance regulating sidewalk vending. The staff recommends that we amend sections 15.63 and 15.68 and add section 15.69 to the Oceanside City Code to modify our existing sidewalk vending regulations. I have some photos here which we'll reference during the presentation. This sidewalk vending program and our local ordinance was established in 2019 in response to state law, SB 946, the Safe Sidewalk Vending Act. And essentially what the local ordinance did was it allowed us to set time, place, and manner restrictions. If we didn't have those restrictions in place, we wouldn't be able to enforce them, and it would be as other cities have seen, it would be pretty much a free-for-all regarding sidewalk vending. So we came up with those reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions, prohibiting vending on the beach, prohibiting vending on the pier, prohibiting vending within, during a Little League game when the Little League concession stand is funding a portion of that league. So those are the time, place, and manner restrictions. We've had this program now in place for almost 6 years. We have found, and especially recently, had an influx of vendors that I believe are coming from, we know that they're coming from different parts, different cities, Los Angeles, Chula Vista. We've asked these vendors when we contact them where they're from. Very few, maybe 3 or 4 are from Oceanside. Of those 120 plus vendors that we contacted last year, none had a health permit, none had a local city business license. As a testament to our success, we've worked with Miracosta College in the past, Main Street Oceanside, and provided that education of what's required. Code enforcement staff additionally provides business license applications. We provide health permit information to each vendor that we contact and advise them of that process. As a testament to that success, we have had some local operators operating a sidewalk vending cart who have gone through that, obtained their health permit, and are operating successfully, running their business in a legal manner. Obviously, if you look at some of these photos here, this is a fruit vendor that was set up on the side of the road across the street from the Mission. You see the items, the discards from the fruit is just thrown on the ground. This is a couple weeks ago. This is recent. Some of the manner in which the food is being stored is not safe. It's not, we found meat that's unrefrigerated. We found in this picture a storage container containing food items. Obviously, hand washing is of a concern when you're serving food to the public. This vendor didn't have any means to do hand washing or otherwise sanitation. Obviously, you'll notice there's no gloves. And this is being, again, served to the public at large. No health permit. A health permit would have certain regulations regarding the service of food preparation, hand washing, et cetera. This is a photo from last summer. Everybody remembers the pier fire and how devastating it was. This is a vendor that is regularly set up on the Oceanside Pier. You can see the pier wood in the bottom there with flame-producing devices, a grill, propane tank. And the real reason for this additional section where it would allow us, it sounds extreme at first that we would impound somebody's property, but we have contacted this particular vendor approximately 10 times. We've advised him he needed to leave. He was unlicensed to sell in the city, didn't have a health permit, and he has a flame-producing device on the pier. He has told us, I'll leave for today, I'll be back tomorrow. So after we do that 7, 8, 9 times, we need additional tools where we can effectively stop this activity and deter further violations such as this. This is that same vendor, and one of the arguments is, that you're going to stop small business owners from selling their food as this ordinance was kind of intended. This is that same vendor who has a backup cart. We found out later that he drops off several employees with several carts. This is one of the backup carts that when they run out of material, he will come by and refill them and resupply them. But it is a business type corporate entity. It's not a single mom and pop. It's not somebody who's operating this out of their home and they're trying to make a living. This is a corporate entity who's running this in Oceanside because we don't, apparently we don't have those impound provisions like some other cities have. And it allows this activity to continue with only administrative citations at this point. There's some of those food products being stored in a trash bag. You can see hot dogs in there. I understand that hot dogs will probably last pretty well in a trash bag, but still gives cause for concern with food handling practices and no refrigeration. A similar photo taken from the same vendor. Notice the bag of hot dogs, the trash bag of hot dogs in the middle there. So one of the carts under the existing ordinance we were able to impound because it was abandoned. That's our impound provision that we have currently in our ordinance. It allows us to impound a cart that's been abandoned for 30 minutes or more. This was one of those carts. So we inspected it while we had it in our inventory as we impounded it. You'll notice that's a burner that has been overheated and melted. Obviously, that's not safe to run propane through. You can tell that that's damaged. This is the same cart. There's one burner next to that same burner. You notice the knobs are missing. They have no ability to turn this grill off if there's a flare up or if there's a grease fire. That causes us obviously concern when they're vending on the pier and you don't have a way to control that gas flow to those burners. Here's another picture of that griddle burner with the missing knobs. So those are some of the issues that we're coming across. I can say from personal experience, I've been out several evenings recently, contacted vendors. One vendor, I gave them the full explanation that he needed a health permit, he needed a business license. They eventually left the city, they returned 90 minutes later to a different location just up the street. Same vehicle, same two operators, started unloading their vehicle again. I contacted them a second time. They understand that this is prohibited. His response was just basically they started packing up and they left. So it's not that staff hasn't done that education. Staff provides that to every vendor that we contact.
In English and Spanish?
English and Spanish. We have bilingual staff. Over half our staff, almost half our staff speak Spanish and make those contacts. We make sure that they understand that what we're asking of them, that a business license and a health permit are required if you're selling food, a business license otherwise. And it's also impacting the local businesses that legitimately sell, restaurants that sell tacos, or vendors that sell flowers, and you have a flower vendor right outside on the sidewalk without a business license trying to undercut them on Valentine's Day or Mother's Day. So it does impact the local businesses, the people who live in the community, the people who have the investment in Oceanside, and that's another aspect of it that we're trying to protect in addition to public health.
Thank you very much. How many people do we have speaking on this item?
We have 4 speakers on this item.
Okay, 4. We're going to have to stop at this time and continue with this item after our time certain public hearing. So we do have public hearing on item number 24. Staff recommends the City Council receive a report on the draft fiscal year 2025-29 U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, that's HUD, consolidated plan, including the proposed program budget for the Community Development Block Grant Program and Home Investment Partnership programs, allocating funding for various housing and community development activities, planning and program administration to be included in the fiscal year 2025-26 annual action plan. And item number 2, conduct a public hearing on the prioritization of the grant funds and development of the 2025-2029 consolidated plan, that's a 5-year plan, and the 2025-2026 annual action plan. And number 3, close the public hearing and initiate the 30-day comment period. So I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing, request a disclosure from council members regarding constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff and several CDBG groups.
Just staff.
Staff, I did attend a couple of these public community meetings and some input from the public.
Staff, public, and the Housing Commission.
Staff, and I believe I attended 1 or 2 of the public meetings.
All right, thank you. Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and/or petitions?
We have not received any correspondence or petition on this item.
All right. We'll go ahead and begin with a report by Cecilia Barandiaran, our management analyst for the Housing and Neighborhood Services Department.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez, Council. We are here tonight to present the draft 5-year consolidated plan, which establishes a unified vision for community development actions. This public hearing is to discuss the consolidated plan and funding priorities for the 25-26 annual action plan. The consolidated plan outlines the proposed uses of 4 HUD programs. Currently, the City of Oceanside receives 2 of these, CDBG and Home. We started our public participations over summer of 2024, and we finished with last night's meeting with the Housing Commission. The draft plan will be available for public review at our libraries, City Clerk's Office, Housing and Neighborhood Services Department, and on our website. We will be accepting public comments through April 27th. We will bring back the consolidated plan to Council at the May 7th meeting that will incorporate all comments received for approval and submission of the plan to HUD, including the 25-26 annual action plan. CDBG and home funds can be used for various programs and services, but it predominantly serves extremely low and very low income households in Oceanside. As I mentioned, we started way back in July at the Libby Lake Festival, and we continue to be open to community comments through April 27th. That will end our official 30-day comment period. The Housing Commission approved a recommendation to City Council that any CDBG funding available for capital improvement projects be utilized for eligible housing activities. CIPs in all areas of the city, including those within low-income census areas, should be considered for funding through the city's general fund or other grant funding versus utilizing CDBG funds. What we have been hearing predominantly falls into these 5 categories: neighborhood safety, recreational, public services, homeless, and housing. It is greater described in your attachment A. Based on HUD's national objectives and directions received through the various listening sessions, and priorities are substantially similar to the previous plan. This establishes the framework for the next 5-year cycle. CDBG funds can be used for various types of projects. Historically, Oceanside has been utilizing it for public services for youth and seniors at our resource centers and public facilities, community identified capital improvement projects, housing rehab, program administration, and debt service for the Section 108 loan. Home funds, unlike CDBG, can only be used for 4 categories, which are identified there. They can be used, as shown for Greenbrier, for acquisition and development and new construction, but they cannot be used to land bank for future developments. Additionally, home triggers additional federal constraints such as timing, underwriting, subsidy layering analysis. We were initially anticipating a significant cut in funding, but with the budget resolution passing, funding levels will likely be similar to the 24-25 allocation with a decrease. We are still waiting for current allocations. Our primary focus are CDBG and home eligible zones identified in this map and in the provision of services such as public services, rehab, tenant-based rental assistance that meet the low-income standard. Basically, households under 80% of area median income. As we developed the overall framework of the consolidated plan, annually we identified projects and activities to be implemented in the upcoming fiscal year for Oceanside CDBG and home allocation. Any proposed activities must fit into one of the eligible projects identified on the left hand of the screen. Funding is very limited, and in each category, any changes require a reduction from that same project line item. Our administration section is capped at 20% of the allocation for CDBG and 10% for home. We are recommending eliminating CDBG funds to 2 internal park and recreation youth programs due to HUD supplanting general fund dollars and reducing all other public service dollars by 25%, or in the case of an increase or non-decrease, it'll be put back to the pro rata basis. Rehab funding will be consistent with the prior year. And as it relates to public facilities and infrastructure, staff is committed to finishing the 3 existing projects that we have on the book: the Crown Heights building improvements, the LGBTQ facility parking lot improvements, and the country club flooring improvements. For our home-funded projects, there is currently available prior year unallocated home dollars to do tenant-based rental assistance and home ownership should the housing market remain reachable for lower-income households. We will be again taking this final plan to council for approval and submission at the May 7th meeting. Public comments will be again accepted through April 27th. They can be submitted to us via email, in person, or via mail. The draft plan can also again be found online at the Housing Authority, the City Clerk's office, and both libraries. And this concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a question from the dais. Councilmember Weiss.
So the reduction in the public service programs, the teen programs and the Parks and Rec for Kids' Sake programs, as well as the reduction in the senior nutrition and the other ones, are we planning on making that money up from some other funding source?
Mr. Borrego.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor and council members, I can answer that question. I will say that during our current fiscal year 25-26 budget planning process, we are looking at that to make up that shortfall, but those recommendations would be presented to council as part of the upcoming budget workshop.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak from the public?
Yes, we have 3 written requests to speak.
All right.
Our first speaker.
This is a public hearing. This is a time for the public to address the council on this very specific item. First, we will take up those that have actually requested to speak, but after that, I will be asking for those who have not submitted their names to speak, you actually can speak on this item as well. What I will be asking you to do is to approach the podium, provide your name, and then you are able to address the council for up to 3 minutes. So first on the list is Jimmy Knott. Mr. Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane, and also the 2018 Senior Citizen of the Year. I have to come forward to talk about one thing that is very important, and that is you're talking about no senior lunch program potentially. Because what the federal government is going to be doing is canceling a lot of the subsidy programs, especially for nutrition. Over $500 million was announced last week to be cut out of the programs for food bank. And afterwards, a total cancellation of those programs. So where are those senior lunches going to come from? How is the City of Oceanside going to make sure that those seniors who exist on low income are going to be fed? We have a lot of questions to answer. And there's no answers, except for our city manager says, let's defer to talk later. We can't talk later. We need to talk now. CDBG funds are going to be impacted hugely. And we're going to be taking and looking at a lot of different programs, a lot of different issues that are going to be coming forward. And this is something that we really, really need to look at. And we're not really looking at things. We're looking at home repairs for seniors with the cutbacks. And they're talking about affecting, like, as an example, one thing that's going to affect a lot of our people is the, well, shall I say, the student loans being transferred to the Small Business Administration. They're going to be calling in a lot of those. That's going to be affecting a huge amount of our public. There's no plans available. So what's happening is that we have a question also with the CDBG funds affecting our CPIs, plans.
Thank you very much,
There's a lot
Mr.
of
Knott.
questions.
Thank you. Next is Eric Folkler, followed by Penny Russell.
Good evening. I'm Eric Beckler, Director of Philanthropy and Communications for Lifeline Community Services, and we have been proud partners with the City of Oceanside since 1971, providing families and youth with child abuse prevention, behavioral health, housing and self-sufficiency, anti-human trafficking, and youth development. We serve over 5,000 people each year. Youth in Oceanside's Crown Heights neighborhood are defying the odds to succeed despite facing many challenges. And in this low-income community, many parents juggle multiple jobs to raise children on their own. Rising rent costs have led to overcrowding living conditions with 2 or more families sharing one apartment, and tensions are high. We currently operate 3 locations in Oceanside. The building we own at 707 Oceanside Boulevard houses our behavioral health programs, and we also operate 2 after-school programs within City of Oceanside-owned properties. Our Club Crown Heights La Escuelita program is for ages 11 through 17. It's at 1210 Division Street. And our Las Casitas program is for ages 6 through 10, is located at 402 Brooks. We continue to expand our presence within the City of Oceanside, just demonstrating our strong partnership with the city. And I stand before you tonight to ask that you consider including the property at 402 Brooks Street in your 2025-2026 annual action plan for renovations. We have been a paying tenant here since 2013, and we intend to remain well into the future. But the public facility is in decline, and current needs include interior painting, replacing vinyl flooring, and especially refurbishing the kitchen to provide nutritious meals for the children who come to the center each day. We consider or anticipate total costs to be well under $100,000, and we're happy to act as project managers for the proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Penny Russell. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Anybody else? Okay. It looks like at this time there are other requests to speak, so I'm going to close this portion of the public hearing and return to staff if they have any other comments.
No comments at this time, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we will go ahead and take some comments from the council. This is going to be a 30-day comment period, and we'll be coming back to the city council on, I believe, consent. Deputy Mayor Joyce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, staff. I did want to just speak to, the Housing Commission had a robust conversation about this just last night. So since I was in the room, I thought I would bring some of their comments in. They really focused on what the future of CDBG and home funding, as small as it is becoming over time, and it sounds like it's getting smaller next year, which is really unfortunate. But the focus of it, per the Housing Commission's recommendation, is that we move away from the more CIP projects and really focus in on keeping displacement down in our neighborhoods that are at most risk of displacement, which were on the colored map that we saw earlier. And to do this, I just want to bring up kind of what they were thinking and express it. So I'd like to ask our city manager, where did the funding come from to upgrade the Martin Luther King Jr. Park? We just completed that. I'm excited to see it. But where did that funding come from?
Honorable Mayor and council members, my recollection is that that funding actually came from the Parks Impact Fee Fund and not CDBG, if that's the question.
Yeah, so the MLK Park was upgraded when it needed to from our parks funds. And then we just upgraded our Crown Heights playground, which is wonderful, but that came out of this, correct me if I'm wrong, the CDBG funding source. Is that right, Director Hines?
That's correct.
So in our current situation, we have our neighborhoods who are most in need, like needing to wait their turn in line for this pie, this amount of money that's getting smaller and smaller and smaller for their upgrades. And the onus from the Housing Commission is, let's take these monies and invest them in housing investments that are paying off in the long term, and increasing those home ownerships, keeping people in their homes. Like the program that was brought up, tenant-based rental assistance, is extremely impactful, and it keeps people who are on the verge of losing their housing from being homeless. And so I would just like to amplify their request that we find ways to focus that in, and that we, at the same time, that also falls on us to make sure that we're funding the next playground upgrades to Libby Lake out of our general fund and out of our parks impact fees, and that we're getting are neighborhoods that have been left behind traditionally in the line where they should be when every other neighborhood is getting addressed in the proper order. So I just wanted to make sure that that was, because they've been talking about, they had a robust discussion and they agreed to forward that recommendation with this. I wanted to bring that into this space. So,
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And also thank you for the listening sessions and being, I felt like I was seeing you everywhere at every community resource fair taking place in our communities of need, Libby, John Landis. Really appreciate you taking the time and taking the initiative to be so proximate to the community. I think my concern is very similar to Councilmember Weiss. I'm concerned about the cuts coming to our youth programs, specifically the ones that receive CDBG dollars, like Libby Lake Reach, Balderrama Reach, Club Crown Heights. Those programs are year-round programs. When schools are closed, those programs are open. They're open during spring break, they're open during Thanksgiving break, they're open during the holiday break, they're open during the summer break. During the pandemic, those employees worked. They were, instead of being after-school programs, they were opening up at 7, 8 a.m. And you walked inside those programs and all the kids were, you know, a lot of them don't have access to internet, so they all had their laptops out and there was Zoom going on there for all their school. Feeding San Diego was providing breakfast for those kids. Some of those parents, you know, can't afford childcare or anything like that. So those programs are essential to those communities. Those programs are being funded right now through Measure X, through bridge funding and through CDBG, and they're receiving less than $140,000 a year to function. And most of the staff that work there are just trying to make ends meet themselves. You have one full-time staff and 2 part-time staff to service 80 kids in a neighborhood that's, you know, going through so much. And there's just a major concern with the cuts coming to those programs, knowing what they mean to those communities. And so with programs that are functioning on less than $140,000 to function for an entire year, and that's including snacks, field trips, you know, the rent, everything, and staff salaries. $140,000 to run these programs in our communities of need, and that's including staff salaries, all of that. I mean, it's, you know, listening to, talking to some of these programs, the snacks that they offer to the kids, I mean, it's like they can give them like a granola cookie, like if that's in some water. It's like and we're talking about our communities in Club Crown Heights, Libby Lake, and Balderrama. So again, that's just it's a concern of mine. So I just wanted to share that with staff.
Thank you. And I also am very concerned and want to ensure that we continue our levels of service under the CDBG public services that are listed here. Once upon a time, there were like 40 programs, 50 programs that were given $7,500 each. And I mean, when I first came on the council, I was like, wow, what is that? What does that actually pay for? Through a lot of changes that the city had, and of course, the amount that is getting smaller and smaller, this has really been more focused on the most at-risk neighborhoods. And we're talking about health and safety. And when I say public safety, it has to do with people, with our youth actually being able to go to school safely and not be accosted by some kind of violent situation. There has been a lot of changes, very, very positive changes, but I have to say that the CDBG funds that have supported these programs have had a lot to do with that, with that. So I do note that the housing rehabilitation amounts are not changing. So as to the housing department, the housing commission, I'm sure they're happy to see that, but everything else is being cut onto these very, very critical programs. And I want to make sure that they continue. I did also ask the city manager what is going to happen here, because we're looking at basically cutting down potentially positions within the housing department and or these programs, these nonprofit organizations, and we just can't afford to do that at this time. There are some very, very critical needs for these, including, thank you, Mr. Knott, including the nutrition program that for seniors. So those are my comments for now. I think that it's essential to continue these programs. Not sure, and I'm really happy to hear that this is going to be coming to us again during the budgeting process to ensure that these programs continue. So anyone else wanting to speak on this? I see none. So what I'm going to do then at this time, and that was directed to my colleagues here on the dais, I'm looking that there's no other request to speak on this. We are receiving the report. There's no need for a motion. This is going to come back after the 30-day comment period. Is that correct, Ms. Barandiaran?
That is correct. The only potential motion would be if you want to consider the request for capital funding for Lifeline as part of this process or not.
I don't know that there's any funds for that. I don't see any motion. We'll probably just consider that later. So thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and complete this item for now, having received the report and no motion needed to receive the report. Is that correct? Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and complete the item that we were in the middle of, and that is item number 23. We had 4 speakers. Let's go to the speakers.
For item number 23, our first speaker is Jimmy Knott, to be followed by Guadalupe Huerta.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. I just want to make sure that, and just wanted to clarify that this vending regulation, sidewalk vending regulations, will not affect a lot of the youth or fundraisers and a lot of the family sustenance support. And the reason why in family sustenance support, as an example, if you sometimes go up here to the supermarket, you'll find some families selling tamales. And this is what they do in order to help, for their children to take and support the families. And, I got many a time I've stopped and purchased a few tamales in order to have dinner and help the families out. And I don't want to see, it take away that support. They're trying their best, trying to take and do something. And this is number one, I don't want to see that take place. Number two is that you have certain youth trying to fundraise, some for, very good charitable groups, doing lemonade, sales as we have seen, or other things, cookies, and this needs to be clarified because, any city that's done something like prohibits things like that in our country has ended up on the bad list of humanity. And sometimes it affects, NGOs that are being raised, for things. So these are some of the concerns that I have, and they're very human concerns.
Thank you. Guadalupe Huerta followed by Ben Magana. Guadalupe Huerta. How about Ben Magana? How about Kim Heim? I saw you. Yeah, there you are.
Mayor, Council Member Kim Heim, Main Street, Oceanside, 701 Mission Avenue. I wanted to come address the council today because this is a very important issue for us. We have been combating illegal vending in the downtown for close to 4 years now. It escalated at an increasing rate after the pandemic, and it has become an unmanageable situation for almost everyone involved. Over the years, we have managed a concession operation at the beach, been highly affected by it. We hold 3 major health permits for food sales in the downtown with our markets and our beach concession operation. Under those health permit requirements, we're mandated to be a surrogate for the health department on site while these activities take place. And for us, there is nothing more important than the health and safety of the public. And there's potentially nothing more dangerous than foodborne illness. And so as a result, we've worked with code enforcement. We've worked with health department and had inspectors on site dealing with the issues down there. And we found all the symptoms and examples that are in your staff report. Situations of no business license, no health permit, no food safety training, no seller's permit. And what's really concerning to us is oftentimes when the individuals are confronted, there's no name, there's no address, and there is no identification. And so these are people that are operating in the shadows of business, and yet they put our public at high risk. And we have, over the years, received a number of complaints from people who have encountered food poisoning at the beach, simply because they were inferred that there were our vendors under our program, but they weren't. And also, we've had situations in which people have contacted us regarding sales on electronic payment systems such as Venmo, where the consumer was taken advantage of, monies were overcharged, and the refunding could not be followed up on because we didn't know who the personnel was. So in closing, this ordinance is very good. It has the elements that can control the situation, and we really need to control the situation at this time. So I appreciate your vote on this, and we encourage the council to adopt it as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Ben Magana?
Yes, Your Honor, Honorable Mayor. Honorable Mayor, City Council, thank you for hearing me. I apologize that I don't have a presentation to put online there for you all.
You can put it on the table there. Mr. Knott's going to help you.
Yes, I'm a longtime resident of Oceanside, small business owner working at the beach. These are some pictures that I took while I was enjoying our beach. Laying on the sand and hearing their bells ringing. It's something that is just disturbing. You know, on the beach, it's overrun. We've had 10 vendors there at one time, and as you see, they're on the beach, on the water. You know, and so we're becoming overrun, and so we really do appreciate your all's help and code enforcement's response to this has been all great. So thank you very much for hearing me and respect your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess you can't tell that there's no vending on the beach there, right?
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. Guadalupe Huerta, are you here? No? Okay. Back to the council. Or any other comments from staff? No. Councilmember Robinson?
Thanks. Yeah, my big concern on this, and it was mentioned, is the health aspect of it. And the last thing I want to see is some catastrophic health issue come out from a street side vendor.
Or a fire.
Pardon?
Or a fire.
Well, fires are easy to handle. Or a fire. In the staff report, we're just above fiscal impact, where it talks about the impound fees. $61 seems a little light to me for,
Statutory.
is that what we have to go with, or is that enough to, I don't know, I'm just.
Mr. Munt?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Robinson. The $61 was derived from 1 hour of staff time and it is adopted by resolution, so we are able to increase that. The intent of this ordinance was to facilitate these types of businesses in a manner that complies with code. We did keep that on the lower end. We didn't want to make it fiscally impossible for somebody to get their cart back. However, it could be adjusted. Obviously, 5 years have passed since, and all costs have increased. So,
Sorry, was there anything else? What happens if they don't collect their carts or what do we do with the stuff that if somebody never comes to pick it up, what do we do with it?
the perishable items will be discarded. Obviously, we can't have rotting meat sitting overnight or for weeks. We'll keep the cart for up to 90 days, and if it's not claimed within the 90 days, we can dispose of it at that time.
Okay.
That's consistent with other property that's impounded throughout the city.
I mean, does it go to an auction or something? Is there a market for?
I don't know if there's a
I'd
market
just
for
like to know in
used
case I ever
carts,
wanna go
but
into business.
we would at a minimum recycle any of the metal carts.
Got it, thanks.
Now that's a thought. Councilmember Figueroa.
Yeah, thank you, staff. I understand the concerns. This is a sensitive topic for me. It's hard not to get emotional during this. I was someone that grew up, when I heard those bells, I got excited when I was a kid because I know I had the opportunity to buy some ice cream, maybe some flavored shave ice, what we call raspados, elote, corn, from our local street vendors. I do understand the local concern from our small businesses, and I definitely respect that, and the public health concerns. And I also understand that there's some entities that are operating outside of the city. I think that is, staff has made us aware of that. We also know that some entities are operating like in a corporate-like structure, but there are some folks out there like Mr. Knott said that are just trying to make ends meet. And I think that us as a city, moving forward, I think that it's important that we take the lead on providing education for our community and do more programs like we've done in partnerships that we've done with Maricosa College. I think Main Street was a part of that as well. And us taking the lead in helping those in our community who are just trying to make a livelihood to feed their families, to help them and get them the resources and education to get in compliance. I know we've done some of that, and I've heard some tremendous success stories, specifically to a vendor where Supra is located, and helping them getting the permitting that they need. And I think that we need to do that more frequently. I know that we've done that in the past. I would like for the city to move forward and have that those partnerships be enhanced and increased with Maricosa College or Main Street or organizations like that, where we can provide bilingual courses on getting the permits needed, and for us to take a lead on that. And I think also, and I know, and I'm not saying staff hasn't, but I hope that our staff, when they're approaching our street vendors, it's done with the cultural sensitivity within our community for the City of Oceanside to also maintain that high level of customer service in our community and have that reputation. But I just urge staff to enhance those relationships so we can get folks in compliance within our community and provide that education. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Weiss.
So, given what you had said earlier, the impounding the equipment is not your first action. You still are going to do the education, try to get them to be compliant before going into those further enforcement actions. Is that correct?
Correct. And given that this is going to be a new portion of this program, if approved, our intent is to issue 2 additional written warnings in English and Spanish, basically stating this is your first notice. If you are vending, you need a business license, and if selling food, a health permit. We will issue 2 additional written notices to each vendor before we impound any equipment. unless if somebody's doing, for example, wood-fired pizza on the pier and they've got sparks flying on the wood pier, that might be something we're going to impound immediately if they don't leave. But we're going to make every effort to leave the impounds as a last step.
Thank you. I'll move approval of staff recommendation.
Thank you. That's to introduce the ordinance. Deputy Mayor Joyce? I'll go ahead and second that. Deputy Mayor Joyce?
Thank you, staff. And thank you for taking care and drafting what you brought back to us. I know that it was also brought to the CRC, and they gave feedback, and they were thankful that they had that conversation and it was open, and they were able to invite members of the public in to give feedback on it as well. What does the record of enforcement look like on this? So I guess like the worst case scenario is like folks are worried that this will get overused, right? So for my peace of mind, for us to kind of get an understanding of how this is going, I would like a report to come back to us in 6 months, a year, just report so that we understand how this, if this is happening, yeah. Not that we necessarily need to have a public hearing on it, but just
pass-through memo?
a pass-through memo that provides the council updates on the enforcements that are happening. And does that sound like that would be an issue for code enforcement to do?
No, not at all. Deputy Mayor Joyce, that's something that we could provide to council. We can, update you with citations issued and number of impounds if we end up doing that route. Most of the ones that we've contacted thus far, 6, 7, 8 contacts, they've been advised, they've been given that application, all that information. That's kind of what this is really intended for. It's not the person who, I had a conversation last night with a vendor. And I said, hey, do you have your health permit and your business license? She said, no, but I've got my inspection with county health scheduled for Monday.
Oh, nice.
I said, okay. She said, I'll close up right now. I'll be out of here in 30 minutes. I said, you've got it Monday. You're so close. You're going through that legitimate process. Please just do that. And that was the extent of it. And she understood completely. She already had that in play. So that's a success story in our book.
Absolutely. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, so that would alleviate one of my concerns about it. The safety concerns. I am very glad that you have tools that you're in your belt that you're able to address those. We've heard from lots of members of the public that had those concerns, and that's great. I would love us to commit to doing a yearly street vending fair like we did previously for at least 2 or 3 years to get to, again, hold that space where we can coach up locals who are interested in helping navigate the ropes of getting through their license and what they need to do street vending in the legal, compliant way. So if the council agrees, committing to 2 or 3 years of doing that, I think that'd be a good idea, just so we continue again to bring along local small businesses that are trying to get their foot in the door and have trouble getting through the difficult task.
Okay, so I am so I'm so thankful that staff brought this forward, because things have gotten really out of hand, especially at the pier and having open flames. We've been having this problem for months, and we have not been able to do anything about removing these people that have absolutely no right to be on the pier selling food with open flames and absolutely no permits. My understanding is that up to 95% of those who are selling or doing these cart sale vendors, street vendors, are not from Oceanside, are actually more from the corporate, where they've got these big rigs and then they put out all these folks, sometimes from Los Angeles, but also from San Diego and San Bernardino. And they're out there by themselves all day long with no bathroom facilities, cannot leave their carts. Some of these are underage kids doing this, and you can imagine what they're doing to be able to go to the bathroom, just going, to somewhere nearby. I believe there are several labor laws that are being violated through this. I certainly am very concerned about the health and safety of our community with respect to the food And we have had several complaints by brick and mortar Latino businesses that are being hurt by this, just across the street. I think that was La Hacienda, who came to one of the community meetings saying, look, we need help here. So I also understand that Orange County is being very, very, what is it, the word? Proactive. So they are actually getting people all out of Orange County. City of Vista is doing the same thing. Guess where they're coming? Oceanside, not Carlsbad. Oceanside, and we can't let this happen. So I appreciate that, in fact, staff has already started to do enforcement, not just Monday through Friday, but weekends and past, up to 10 o'clock p.m. Because unfortunately that, they know that nobody's out there. Well, this is a new thing that's happening at code enforcement. So very, very happy we're able to do that. So I am really, really, really happy that we're moving this forward, and I would like staff to let us know if there are any issues that come up. So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Burke, please title the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first read and introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, amending Chapter 15, Article 5 of the Oceanside City Code to change Section 15.68 and add Section 15.69 to provide additional civil remedies for noncompliance and immediate health and safety issues.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Back to council item number 15. Yeah. That is consent item number 15. Staff recommends City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the submittal of an application for a public beach restoration program grant to the State of California Department of Parks and Recreation, Division of Boating and Waterways, and authorize the city manager in consultation with the city attorney to negotiate and execute all agreements and amendments necessary to comply with the Department of Boating and Waterways grant requirements. And we have, you said,
We have
one-
7 speakers and 1 group presentation.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started.
Okay. How many minutes for the speakers?
2 minutes for the speakers.
Our first speaker is Donna Moore Sturgill, to be followed by Bob Ashton's group. Is Donna here?
Ms. Moore Sturgill?
Good evening, council. And this will be really quick and painless. I'm a surfer, I'm a swimmer, I'm a paddleboarder, and I also enjoy the beach. I grew up on an island, so living in Oceanside kind of gives me that vibe, and I know a lot of families enjoy the beach. And I'm also a 22-year Army veteran, so I also enjoy that beach too. But we've all seen the erosion that happens, and I won't get into why it happens because there's smarter people at that than me. But I really hope that we take seriously here in 2025 to make pretty much permanent a program to ensure that these beachfronts are maintained. It seems crazy to have to dump more sand in there, but ocean gonna do what ocean gonna do. So, and this is what brings people to our area, correct? We have that beautiful coastline, and we are still a destination. I like to go there, but people come here for vacation, and we all see the people from Michigan in April without a wetsuit and their Lycra on, and it's a word that gets out. We're kind of a gem because I've lived in LA County. I just want to be very clear. We're kind of a gem. I've lived near those beaches. Thank you anyway. We really do enjoy what we have here, and we're hoping to maintain that. And so I come from the angle as a wife, a mom, somebody who's worked in the area, somebody who's now retired in the area, and somebody who's a water person. And I'd like to be up for Senior of the Year next year. How do you do that? Anyway, so hopefully this is something that's near and dear to your heart and your family and friends, because beach is really super cool.
Thank you. So you are in support of the application for the grant?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next is Bob Ashton, and it sounds like you have the organized presentation. So there are 3 other people in your group that are still here. Did you want to name
Robert
those 3
W.
people?
is here, Amy Ashton, Kara W., and Bob Ashton is the speaker. So
Okay.
all 4 members are here.
All right, thank you. You have to stay for his presentation now.
All right, go team. Good evening, Oceanside city leaders, staff, Oceanside community, and Save Oceanside Sand members. Raise your hands if you're here to support Sand. All right, there we go. And thanks to Whitlock Industries for getting us our new t-shirts. And if you didn't get a t-shirt, see me afterwards. They are free. We'd love you to sport them and support the cause. I'm Bob Ashton, longtime Oceanside resident and Chief Executive Officer of Save Oceanside Sand. I promise to provide some educational and relevant comments in my time here at the podium. I'm following my surf rider buddy, Mitch Silverstein. He likes to get the group thing and get his full 10 minutes in, so I may not take all 10 minutes. Your approval of the resolution authorizing the submittal of a $25 million California Division of Boating and Waterways grant application and the $3.5 million required for a 15% cost share is critical in moving forward on making Re-Beach pilot project a reality. Please approve that. I'd like to thank each council member for taking the time to recently meet with myself and the Save Oceanside Sand board members discussing our beach community's desires and your unanimously stated support and commitment for both Re-Beach implementation and near-term beach nourishment projects for restoring our shoreline. A little history here. Save Oceanside Sand, we're an advocacy group working for the community, working with city leadership and staff for over 6 years now in restoring our beaches and protecting our coast. And it's been an amazing journey. Re-Beach pilot project. It's a fantastic thing. It's been a long time in coming. We're in the final design phases. Just to kind of reiterate what's happening here, it's a discrete pilot project, about 2 artificial headlands, 2,000 feet apart, one going in at Tyson Street, one going in at Wisconsin Avenue, a big offshore reef submerged about 800 feet offshore, and about 900,000 cubic yards of sand being placed in the near tidal area and ashore. So this has national and international interest. I mean, it's something that no other community in our country and even in the world is doing besides the guys that are going to help build it for us from the Gold Coast, from International Coastal Management. So this is pretty cool. But moving on, a sense of urgency. Our community feels a sense of urgency to restore our beaches. Ask the moms and dads looking to spend a day at the beach. Ask the people who want to walk on the beach and feel the sand between their toes, the dry sand between their toes, and watch a sunrise or a sunset actually at their local or favorite beach. The surfer looking for the old sandbar break, the rock, or something else down south where their father taught them to surf at. Some of these things don't even exist right now for our community. But all of these community members feel the sense of urgency that our beaches are not being restored and are slipping away. What our community does not feel is a true sense of urgency by the Oceanside City Council and the city leaders, nor the city management in addressing the problem of no near-term beach sand restoration plan exists while we implement, study, and potentially expand Re-Beach. If you look at the lower right section of this slide, we're going to implement Re-Beach sometime, build it in the 26-27 timeframe. We're going to study it for 3 to 5 years and then potentially scale it to the rest of our shoreline. That's 2034 or 35 before we have that on the rest of our shoreline. It doesn't make sense. We can do something now. Are you starting to feel the sense of urgency? Oceanside's remaining beaches are currently over. With surf contests, beach, soccer, other events that compete with our community looking for space at the beach to recreate as well. Right now, over 65% of our shoreline has no beach. 65%. That's unacceptable. Our residents, about 177,000 of them, if we all tried to recreate on our existing beach, that's 136,000 people per mile of beach. No city in San Diego County has that much per capita per mile of beach. That's over 8 times the density of the beach population per mile in the beach sister city of Carlsbad. Can you feel a little more sense of urgency now? With no beach on over 65% of our 3.7-mile coastline, we can't continue to lose the remainder of our dwindling beaches due to inaction. Forcing Oceanside residents to wait 10 years for beach restoration is irresponsible, especially since the leaders in our sister cities of San Clemente, Encinitas, and Solana Beach have demonstrated the political will, a sense of urgency, and funding to restore their beaches. We must act now by planning, funding, and executing near-term large beach nourishment projects in parallel with re-beach implementation. Simply put, it's not re-beach or near-term nourishment, it's both. I'd like to share Mayor Sanchez's response to Save Oceanside Sands last year candidate polling question regarding near-term beach sand nourishment. Mayor Sanchez, you replied, "We need to do sand nourishment projects now, not wait for results of the pilot project. We do have sand at El Corazon that we could place on our beaches with our sand compatibility and opportunistic sand program or scoop permit. In addition, we need to identify a consistent, good quality source of sand, be it from a lagoon, offshore, or elsewhere. Let's get it done immediately." Your stated political will is encouraging. The good news is we do have an opportunity to do this. As Mayor Sanchez mentioned, we have a scoop permit in existence since 2022 that gets renewed in 2027. It has 2 sites right here. This is showing the south site, and we could easily leverage this existing scoop permit and restore the beach from Oceanside Boulevard to Buccaneer Beach with 150,000 cubic yards of sand. And it restores 6 beach accesses, and it restores a beach for our community in the southern part of our city. And it could be done. We've secured the resources of Moffitt Nickel, who's a very renowned coastal engineering firm, to assist us in looking at offshore sand sources, potentially piggybacking a dredge, and looking at expediting permitting and engaging the Coastal Commission on innovative ways to do that. Lastly, what does this mean? What is it going to do for us, right? Restoring that beach restores an area equivalent to almost 4 football fields of recreation space for us to enjoy the beach at. 4 football fields, right? It demonstrates the city's ability to do these nourishment projects because we rely on the county, we rely on the Army Corps of Engineers, and we're going to have to do it for re-beach anyway, so let's do it now. We have the ability to do it. We have park, restrooms, places for people, free parking down at that section of the town. It could be part of a whole shoreline restoration plan. And it uses something we have that already exists, and all we have to do is get the permit for the sand source to get it onto the beach. The next steps, we got to commit funding. We need to locate an offshore beach quality sand source, and we need to permit that to put it on the beach. Ron Flick, a very renowned coastal scientist, told us that, Bob, this isn't a complex solution. You have to get the political will and you have to get the money and you'll get the sand back on the beach. You've all stated that you have the political will, but together we must move beyond the will and unanimously commit with true sense of urgency to restoring our beaches with near-term nourished beach project funding by doing the following. Fund the existing beach restoration fund to $5 million this year, with recurring annual allocations of $3 million or more in the following years. The funding is crucial for the planning, permitting, and execution of near-term projects like SCOOP that will restore our beaches and protect our coastline and storm surges while we await full shoreline implementation of Re-Beach. Moreover, it will provide the ability to ensure resilience, sustainability, and prosperity in our beach community for generations to come. Not investing now condemns your people of Oceanside to our current woeful condition of a slow-moving disaster on our shoreline. Here's an opportunity to be known as the leaders who took action and restored our beaches. Thank you for your time.
Next, John Tenaglia. John Tenaglia. John Tenaglia not here? Okay, how about Charlie Bowen? Charlie Bowen?
Here you go.
Right.
I'm John Tenaglia. Do I have 2 minutes or 3?
2.
2. Okay. Let me know when the clock starts.
It's starting.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is John Tenaglia. I am a lifelong resident of Oceanside. I live down in District 3 in the St. Malo community. I'm also on the board of SOS. Tonight, you've got a resolution in front of you to try and allocate $3.75 million out of your funds to have the down payment for the grant with the Department of Boating and Waterways, which I think is great. We need a pilot so we can see what the rest of the airplane is going to look like once the pilot goes in. As Bob Ashton said so accurately, it's years away, if not close to a decade. So tonight, I want to address my comments directly to Councilmember Figueroa and Councilmember Joyce. Gentlemen, the two of you control the most important part of the city, not to take anything away from the other districts, but you control this entire shoreline of this city, 3.7 miles. In my humble opinion, the buck starts and stops with you two. You've got to show the leadership to affect change, because you're the Supreme Court of this city. And I would submit that at the end of the day, we need a local near-term nourishment project. I have brought with me, which I'm going to hand out to you at the end of this quick 45 seconds left presentation, which is the Sandag RSP 2 project from 2012. This report was done a few years prior. It gives you the list of every offshore borough site, every reservoir, every dam, every river in this county, the ownerships, the amount of cubic yards that can come out of these various locations, which, if implemented with staff, will give you the opportunity to have a project that you can put to Congressman Levin, who can take it to Washington, D.C., and get it funded. Please, please read this report. It's 150 pages. Pages 63 to 78 are the most important ones. I submit that I would really appreciate if you do this for us, for your constituents, for the city, and thank you for your time. Here's the report.
Thank you, Charlie Bowen. Followed by Jeff McDermott.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Charlie Bowen, and I run communications for Save Oceanside Sand. Tonight, I urge you to approve and adopt the resolution authorizing the submission of the grant application to DBW for Re-Beach Sand. I understand the city will make the $3.75 million cost share funds available if the grant is awarded to Oceanside. My professional experience was that unbudgeted or unexpected costs often cause delays, cost increases, and/or uncompleted projects. The city has never effectively restored and provided resilience to the beach that was destroyed by the harbor complex, mostly due to a lack of political will, waiting for someone else to fix the problem, or lack of funding. Let's not make the same mistakes again. Coast News recently reported that Oceanside's reserves remain strong, with about $104 million set aside for emergencies. When strand infrastructure and property are destroyed, those monies will be spent on storm cleanup, demolition, and emergency at hand instead of the beach that would have protected it. When asked what do you consider to be the Oceanside's greatest asset, 84% of the general plan update survey respondents answered beach and coastal amenities, which dwarfed all other choices by 50%. When asked what are some of your favorite things to do in Oceanside outside your home, the number one answer at 68% was go to the beach and/or harbor. Those numbers state clearly what your community and your residents want to preserve and enjoy. I ask you to approve tonight's resolution, but moreover, I ask you to commit to budgeting for what it will really take to restore our beaches, including the near-term nourishment relief that our southern beaches need now. Thank you for your time, and thank you to Save Oceanside.
Jeff McDermott, followed by Jason Malik.
Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm Jeff McDermott. I'm a board member at SOS. The families of Oceanside deserve beaches. There are 35,000 Oceanside children under the age of 18. We hope this city council commits funding to deliver what every other beach town in San Diego has: safe, sandy beaches. Members of SOS recently met with our U.S. Congressman, Mike Levin. Congressman Levin delivered the very successful coastal storm restoration projects for Encinitas and Solano Beach, which solved their beach erosion problem. Congressman Levin said that if the Oceanside City Council crafts a proposed project which will restore Oceanside's beaches, he will work with the Army Corps of Engineers to make it happen. But if the Oceanside City Council does not step forward, his hands are tied. Congressman Levin cannot help Oceanside unless Oceanside helps itself. If we take the exact deal that Encinitas and Solana Beach received and apply it to all of Oceanside's beaches south of the pier, this equates to the City of Oceanside having to pay $4 million per year to have 100-foot wide white sand beaches for all of Oceanside's beaches for the next 50 years. I'll send this analysis to you. It's very clear that if we put the brain power, the teamwork, and the funding together, you can restore our beaches. SOS is here to help. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jason Malik, followed by Jimmy Knott, followed by Matt Caulfield.
I request 3 minutes to speak. I prepared for that.
I'll work with you on that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members and members of the public. Firstly, I do really hope we're able to find a way to enjoy a healthy and safe beaches along Oceanside. It's approximately 4 miles of public coastline. That said, it's greatly concerning to me that the word revetment does not appear anywhere in the staff report regarding this agenda.
Can you speak into the mic?
Yeah. Even more concerning are the limited number of times the words seawall or revetment were mentioned throughout the entire re-beach process. I attended or watched all the public presentations, and the mentions or stated considerations of the Oceanside seawall have been minimal. Let's be clear, nearly 3/4 of Oceanside shoreline, including the siting location of this project, is armored by seawall or revetment that sits below the mean high water line, which causes massive sand scour and beach loss. It is universally accepted in the coastal scientific community that seawalls actually accelerate erosion seaward of the structure and restrict a primary sand supply of adjacent beaches. In case my words don't resonate, I asked an AI, and Gemini concluded that, quote, in essence, while seawalls may protect the land immediately behind them, they can have negative consequences for the surrounding coastal environment. Regardless of whatever the reasons that the mentions of this major culprit of sand strangulation have been redacted from these discussions, I hope the scientists and officials involved in this process strongly stress consideration of the effects that the revetment seawall has on our sand supply and the effects that it will have on our sand retention potential. Additionally, I respectfully request that the city's council and attorneys hold the scientists, the companies, and the contractors who will profit from this unproven conceptual project accountable for their projections and their performance. Please ensure that public funding is protected by ironclad agreements, massy tight contracts. Please don't leave the people holding this sandbag, whether it be in the form of what was originally proposed as a sub-sea level artificial reef, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Needing to be built into a bigger barrier island, or a proposed request for 250,000 cubic yards of sand turning into a request for the need for 2.5 million. Please protect the people and make these contractors and companies put their money where their mouth is. Don't let the public get pushed adrift, strung along, or squeezed aside any more than we already have, just to try to have a chance to enjoy a beach in Oceanside. Thank you for the additional time and
Thank you.
consideration.
Mr. Knott, followed by Matt Caulfield.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. I support this effort, but there are other indicators and actions that this council needs to take. Last night at the South Oceanside Community and Merchants Association meeting, we received a report that our sand is being robbed out of the San Luis Rey River when it's being dredged and being exported for sale to Temecula. Did you know that? So that needs to be put under control. That needs to be looked at. That needs to be stopped. Then we need to take and tell whoever is doing this, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, to take and say it goes to our beach. Second thing is Escondido, due to their damming, they take and stop all the sand coming down to the beach. We need to bring that to Sandag and tell them it's a quality of life issue. Bring it to our beach. It's our sand as well. We need to start looking at the cliffs and everything else that is going along that used to degrade, and put in a special sand fee that for those people who prevent cliffs from degrading into it, as would be naturally done, saying, okay, you have a right to do that, but there's also an environmental cost. That needs to be addressed as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Matt Caulfield.
I was present a few months ago at a conference of California cities involved in shoreline preservation, in which City Manager Borrego gave a presentation on Rebeach. The reaction was overwhelmingly positive. Oceanside is clearly in the lead when it comes to innovative solutions to shoreline restoration. Thank you for that. As Bob Ashton mentioned, Rebeach covers only 10% of the coastline south of the pier. Its scaled implementation will take years, with broader shoreline restoration possibly not happening until 2035, 10 years from now. To be specific, Rebeach only extends from Tyson to Wisconsin. South of Wisconsin, the popular part of our shoreline preferred by South O and other residents used to have 4 public beaches: Wisconsin, Oceanside Boulevard, Buccaneer, and Cassidy. All have been closed. It contains 8 city access points. All have been closed. Walking along the water's edge from Buena Vista Lagoon to the harbor is no longer possible. It was particularly galling to watch our beaches continue to deteriorate while Solana Beach, Encinitas, and San Clemente replenish their beaches this year. It's simply incongruous that a city justly credited with Rebeach would totally ignore 65% of its coastline, particularly the beaches south of Wisconsin, which are the first choice and preferred beaches of its residents. SOS supports Nourishment Now to restore these beaches, which would reinforce Rebeach and is in keeping with SOS mandate and our documented residents' desires. Other cities have shown it can be done. Let's get it done now before the local people's beaches are irretrievably lost and beyond repair.
Thank you. All right, the item on the consent calendar is a request to approve a grant application for $21.25 million from the Division of Boating and Waterways for sand replenishment, sand nourishment part of Rebeach. Is there a motion to approve?
Move approval.
All right. Is there a second? All right. Deputy Mayor Joyce?
Yeah, I just want to speak to the motion because I got called out so nicely by these lovely sand-loving folks. Good to see y'all. Thank you for being here. As somebody who has worn out a few pair of body surfing fins on the sandbars around Oceanside Boulevard, I share your pain. It's not like it used to. In my mind, I can come down that road and see the little inside left breaking off, the one that you see in your dreams when you show up. So like, I get it. You know, we're really, you know, we appreciate the same thing. And I want to roll back up to that beach in the morning one day and see it happening again soon. So just know that we are working urgently to make that happen for everybody. You know, I want to take my 9-year-old son out there and let him swim in the same waters that I would spend my time in. So I do appreciate the request for urgency. I would just like to offer a little bit more perspective. The Re-Beach plan is happening urgently. The speed at which the team has gotten on board, that Jamie has done the work that she has done through collaboration with so many partners like you all here in this room, is a testament to the success of your efforts. The placing of almost 1 million cubic yards of sand in the project area is not going to just, because of the way that it is designed, it's not going to just trap the sand right there. It's designed to slow the sand from just skating off into oblivion. It will not just impact that one area. There will be sand that impacts the South O region. It's not going to sit all at Wisconsin. It will go down to South O. It will eventually go to Carlsbad, as much as we, and then eventually to the Blacks Canyon. But I do want you to know that we are working with Congressman Levin. That was a big focal point of our advocacy in Washington, D.C. He himself took members of the Army Corps to task in a public meeting. I was blown away. It happened the exact same day we were there to meet with him. He was in a public hearing and demanded accountability for this project that does owe sand to Oceanside from the building of the harbor. So we're getting there. Like, these are all things that are coming together, and you know, ideally it does put sand across all of our beaches, but we're working through the various layers of bureaucracy to get all of these things moving at the same time. I did want to also note that if we, you know, RBSP Regional Beach Sand Project number 2 placed almost 300,000 cubic yards of sand in South O, but because it didn't have any stability of what we've talked about, it was gone within almost 2 years. So we just need to be careful about, even faster than that, even worse news, but 2 years is not enough anyway. We want to move fast, but we also don't want to throw things into the current. So let us continue to work. Let's continue to work together. You know, I'm right there with you. You know, I don't want to have to go down with Tyson every time I want to get a good barrel. So we're trying hard, and we recognize the urgency that everyone feels along our coastline. So I appreciate you being here, and I look forward to seeing you in the future.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for coming out today. I know you've all been here for a few hours now. I really appreciate all the emails that were sent out, all the information. I'm thankful for this source of information. I'll definitely be doing my homework. You know, prioritizing our sand, I think, is something that I've been on the council for 100 days. I've met with Jamie, I've talked to our city manager. This is something that they're taking very seriously. I was born and raised in Oceanside, grew up going to Buccaneer Beach as a kid. And once I got old enough and can take the 302 bus to Oceanside myself, spent a lot of time on Tower 3 because that's where all the girls were and that's where all the teenagers hung out. And so as I got older, I did a lot of hanging out by the pier, but we had sand all across our coastline.
when my wife brings my daughters to the beach now, they try to find a place on the harbor. And so, I just took my daughters down to Buccaneer Park, and they said, "Dad, can we go down to the beach?" So we went, they took off their shoes, and then within 20 feet, they had to put their shoes back on to get down the rocks. We still had a great time, but, it's something that staff has taken very seriously. I know it's something that our deputy mayor and city manager, they shared with me, along with our public works director when they went to DC last month. This was a conversation that they had with our congressman. This is something that we're going to take very serious, and I think everything that was shared today hits home with me, and just know that I'm here to support the best way that we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Robinson.
I'll be quick. I just want to thank the speaker that acknowledged that it's Councilmember Figueroa and Deputy Mayor Joyce that are responsible for the beaches and the mess they're in. I feel finally exonerated, and if anybody wants to come up the river to Douglas down in the valley and get sand, if they're not stealing it already, come get it. Bob Ashton, come see me. I got another design for a T-shirt for you I think you'll really like. Other than that, I'm going to support this.
Thank you. We have been, staff and council members have been very, very, I want to see the word pushy with respect to the Army Corps of Engineers in moving forward with a final resolution to make sure that we get the same kind of program that City of Encinitas got and City of Sacramento got, and that is for a never-ending supply of sand to be put on our beaches. So Congressman Mike Levin has been phenomenal in pushing, and I believe they did meet with SOS, letting them know, look, we're doing this. We are getting sand on our beaches because we've got a whole lot of support here from the City of Oceanside. And Mike Levin, he is tenacious. I know you all know that. So he is really moving this forward. Thank you so much for staff in working with that. And Jamie Timberlake, constantly talking to the Army Corps of Engineers. We are all in support of this. So, Ms. Timberlake, did you want to say something? So I was just about to move for the vote.
Yeah. Well, I can just address a couple of the questions that came up through the speakers.
Okay.
Just regarding Rebeach. So Rebeach is in the modeling phase right now, and we're also in the environmental compliance phase, which means we're working on the programmatic EIR and EIS, which does first address the Rebeach project happening between Tyson Street and Wisconsin, but because it's a programmatic EIR and EIS document, it will discuss how we'll iterate future Rebeach type projects in other areas of Oceanside, and that is going to allow for ease of environmental compliance into the future. And then one more issue is we are doing a regional beach sand project 3, and we're participating in that effort with Sandag. They're currently wrapping up their feasibility study on regional beach sand project 3. Oceanside has asked for 1 million cubic yards of sand that would be placed between Tyson Street and Witherby. So moving all the way down into South Oceanside. Their Regional Beach Sand Project 3 is moving into design. They're actually applying for the same grant that we're applying for. So they're hoping to get into design in fiscal year 26-27. And then with Regional Beach Sand Project 2, it only took about 2 years for Sandag to move from the completion of design into construction. So we are working with Sandag on doing that more near-term solution.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, did you all want to start walking out, or are you going to stay for the... Yeah, let's take 5 minutes. All right, this is now council item number 28. This is my request and Councilman Figueroa's request to register Ivy Ranch Park land and the old farmhouse at Ivy Ranch Park, each separately as historic, with the City of Oceanside, State of California, and National Register, in direction to staff. Bottom line is that Ivy Ranch Park is a public parkland that is owned by the City of Oceanside with 3 leases. With respect to the ground and basically the historic resources and cultural resources at Ivy Ranch Park, unfortunately, the city has not been in compliance with state law having to do with cultural and historic resources. Assembly Bill 52 states, existing law, the Native American Historic Resource Protection Act establishes a misdemeanor for unlawfully and maliciously excavating upon, removing, destroying, injuring, or defacing a Native American historic, cultural, or sacred site that is listed or may be eligible for listing in the California Register of Historic Resources. Even though state law has required things like notification to our tribe, and we do have the sovereign nation of the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians here in Oceanside. They have consistently requested notification and to be included for any project to have oversight and basically monitor the projects. Unfortunately, and certainly not at the because of any fault of the city or those that have a lease on the land, or the tribe. There's no fault here, but unfortunately we have not, for the last 35 years, have not been in compliance with state law. We did receive a letter from the San Luis Band of Mission Indians. The tribe is here. Basically, the request from the tribe is that they are committed to stand with the City of Oceanside as stewards of many important sites within our community. The tribe also respects when the city must act as the primary guardian, as we do here, being the owners of public land. Regarding the Ivy Ranch Park area, we strongly urge the City Council to fully recognize its value as a first contact, pre-Oceanside, pre-California, pre-mission site, and resolve to act as its primary guardian in registering it as historically significant and align its protection within the city's planning guidelines, development requirements, and lease agreements. Registration of a Payom first contact site at Ketchia Ivy Ranch Community Park should be completed under the Oceanside Historical Preservation Permit procedures, the California Register of Historic Resources regulations as a state landmark, and under the Federal Register of Historic Places. I have asked the tribe to do a presentation. Carrie Lopez, one of the tribal leaders, is here, and she'll be doing a presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the City Council for welcoming us here to present on this very critical subject. I am here on behalf of the Tribal Council. You saw Captain Mel Vernon earlier. There's also on behalf of council members Charlotte Herrera, Roberta Estrada, El Cerda, Bobby John Garcia, David Herrera, Carmen Majado, and Mary Lou Beltran. We're also very lucky to have many tribal members here today to encourage this action and thank the council for the direction that this is going in. If tribal members could stand and wave.
Tribal members, please stand.
We are very, very much wanting to express our gratitude. This has been a year of major discussions, of trying to get our arms around what the significance of this site and who needs to fulfill what role. We are here to provide testimony on the significance of this site, of the history of this region, and why it should be recognized by the city and community of Oceanside. As was mentioned, this is as first contact as we get. It's not just pre-Oceanside or pre-California, it is pre-mission, which is a very unique for the entire region of North San Diego County and Camp Pendleton. It is very difficult to pinpoint an exact location where the populations were integrated. This is a government-to-government request, and as the lead agency, City of Oceanside, we urge you, as the primary guardian as well, to proceed in registering the site. As mentioned, a Payam Kawicham first contact site at Keshla, today known as Ivy Ranch Community Park. It is registered as historically significant and align its protection within the city's and state's planning guidelines. The Ivy Ranch Park area represents one of the most significant areas in our region. This is where our ancestors were forced to remain, living, working, and were baptized while the old mission San Luis Rey was being constructed. Registration should be completed under Oceanside Historical Preservation Procedures, California Register of Historic Resource Regulations, as a state landmark, and under Federal Register of Historic Places. I've asked one of our cultural resources experts, our very own cultural resource protection and preservation manager, to speak to the significance of the site.
Hi, my name is Cami Mojado, and I'm actually a member of the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians, as well as a cultural resource manager for Saving Sacred Sites, which operates a service for the tribe. I'm here today to talk about the importance of this area, which is a village licenio complex. It was inhabited by our ancestors, and now it has historical importance as well. But we need to remember that this whole area was a village complex which resides on the mission grounds as well as on Ivy Ranch. This area has been a village site long before it was developed into the mission with limitless academic potential. The fact the mission was built here only increases the significance by holding archaeological evidence of my people's colonization and radical transformation of our land and culture in such a short amount of time. This area is very important and significant to our history, to our people, to our culture. This is where traditions were made and created and actually had done, not only for memorial, birth, it's just all the ceremonies into the whole package. I'm asking that this area be protected, and that's my role for the tribe, is to make sure that these areas of significance are protected for now and for the past. Not only are we saying this area is significant and important, it's also being said in these books, the archaeological books, for all the constructions that are happening within the Oceanside Historic District, from Caltrans widening of the 76 to Helix's investigations that still lie within SDI 5422, which encompasses Ivy Ranch itself, that they have, with all the archaeological investigations, everything that has come up artifact-wise says this place is important. And we want to make sure that we immortalize this. So right now, the tribe is in the process of trying to recover all the artifacts that had been done for the investigations within this complex itself to bring back to our people so we can repatriate and put them back where they belong. This is a non-renewable resource. Any impacts to the soils in the ground within Ivy Ranch or in the mission grounds itself is a non-renewable resource and impact to our culture. So we ask that this actually be eligible for the register.
Thank you, Cammie. This has been a long journey that brought us here today. Just over a year ago, we got the first call, innocently enough, from the city mayor to our tribal captain asking about an item on the Historic Preservation Commission agenda. We, of course, knew about the Mission San Luis Rey item that we had participated in and comment on, but regarding the Ivy Ranch Park project, we had no idea. And so it's taken about a year of conversation and really coming to terms and getting our arms around and embracing the fact that this is not only just an important site, but it is the city as the property owner that has to stand up as the primary guardian first, and then all along with the tribe's commitment to stand up as a co-steward. This is a big issue, but because it fell through the cracks of being waived out of certain regulations, including the city's own mission district regulations, but also the CEQA regulations, there was not notification given. We just didn't have that opportunity. So I do want to echo the insistence that there's nobody to blame at this point. But now we know, we all know, and collectively we have this responsibility to mark this this area as significant. The distinction of recognizing and registering this site, everybody was asked, what difference does it make? It requires, having the registration then trickles down to requiring notification, requiring that making the case for its significance doesn't have to happen every time a proposal for improvement or development happens in this area. It just automatically is accepted, and we start the conversation from there. That is what the tribe is interested in. That's what the city should be interested in. What would be different? The difference is those conversations about how to manage the property, how to improve it, how to develop it, how to educate about it, starts from the acceptance that this has been already acknowledged as significant, and it doesn't have to keep repeating. Our successors, your successors, start from that point. The other point that also I want to close with is that this is not about celebrating what happened there. There's a lot of contention that this is something that we want to applaud. We only applaud your effort to mark this history. We should all collectively be paying reverence to what had happened there in the past, and that we should not forget, and that we should learn from what happened. And this is something that we have taken very seriously in our modern relationship with the mission itself. We applaud the city for living up to the commitment as the primary guardian, and the tribe is committed to standing with you as co-stewards in fulfilling this responsibility. Whatever you need, we're here. We're here for the rest of the journey. This is the right thing to do, and we appreciate your action.
Thank you.
This is the village site in question. Thank you. Should I stay for any questions?
If any questions come up, we'll ask you to come up again. This is just the presentation part of it, and it will be my motion. I believe, Councilmember Figueroa, you were going to be seconding the motion? All right. So we are going to go back to, we're going to go to the public. I understand there's, 53 requests to speak.
Currently, right now, there's 54 requests to speak and one group presentation.
And what?
One group presentation.
Okay, so 54 requests. That's going to be a 1 minute. Each person's going to get 1 minute to speak on this item. And then, of course,
Would you want to hear the group presentation first and then the speakers, or?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and get started.
Okay, so you will have 1 minute. We have 2 speaker podiums. As you see your name up on the screen, come on and start making your way down. We have 2 podiums, so please make your way to the next available podium. Our first speaker is Diane Capiano, to be followed by Chema Navarro.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and the City Council members. It's my privilege to speak to you tonight. My name is Diane Capilano, and I'm a volunteer at Ivy Ranch. I'd like to tell you a little bit about my wife's story. She also volunteers at Ivy Ranch. Never did we expect 4 months post-retirement she would be diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. She had surgery in January 2020 and started chemo in March and has been receiving chemo every 21 days for the last 5 years. She's an amazing woman and one tough cookie. This is a place where she can groom horses and do chores around the barn, all at her own pace. Today is her birthday, and tomorrow she receives a pacemaker. We are here before you on her birthday and the day before surgery because that's how important the ranch is to us. Sometimes we just sit and watch lessons because it's a good day.
Thank you very much. Chema Navarro.
Please vote no.
Followed by Mel Vernon.
Mayor, council, staff, thank you for having me here. I just wanted to say the importance about preserving our Oceanside culture. Before Oceanside was incorporated in the 1800s, it was all Luiseño land, and artifacts are there, they're buried, and we need to preserve the heritage. This is Oceanside, this is the beginning of Oceanside, and we need to support our people and keep these traditions, keep these artifacts, and the memory of what happened in Oceanside, not to forget it, not to erase it because of what's going on. History is being erased, and we can't let this be erased at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mel Vernon, followed by, Captain Mel Vernon, followed by Katie Dorenbush.
Yeah, hello, Mayor, council members. I'd like to understand that we also, as a tribe, are in support of what Ivy Ranch is doing with their programs. It's not about their programs. This is about the earth on which the ranch is there. So understand that there's a lot of emotion here tonight, and that we understand that too. It's not a conflict at that level. This is something that that supports the basis, the foundation where that ranch is at. This is addressing something that's been happening all along, or to catch up with the present. And also, we were connected with the other developments that we've been doing for years in understanding that. So understand that this is not a conflict. It's actually bringing things together in a timely way that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Dorenbush, followed by Debbie George.
Hi, I am actually Katie Dornbush, and I've been a volunteer at the ranch for almost 6 years now. And I actually love the place because it actually just made me start from bottom up, because I found out I have a problem with myself, and I'm also I have a really bad disability, and I get really anxious. But when I am there, I actually am open to all the staff, and all the volunteers actually made me feel good to even go to the horses. They actually know how I feel, and I feel much better because I actually have leg support on both legs. I couldn't even like walk at all. And every time I'm there, I actually grew up and got used to being what I am today, actually.
Thank you. Debbie George, followed by Fran Groff. Debbie George.
Catherine John is going to speak now instead of me. I'll take her place because she needs to go home.
Did you get that? Okay.
Honorable Mayor Sanchez, Council, thank you for having us tonight. My name's Kevin Solga. I've been a resident of Oceanside in the eastern part of the city for 20 years. My daughter, Catherine John, is a client of over 5 years at Ivy Ranch. The programs that the Ivy Ranch provides helps disabled, whether they're physically disabled or have cognitive issues disabled. The problem, they take care of muscle tone, they take care of, teach responsibility, they teach coordination. It would be a travesty for this council to designate their redesignation of a nonprofit. We humbly ask that this council vote no on this resolution.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And you are you Debbie George?
Hello, my name is Fran Grothy, and I'm a volunteer at Ivy Ranch. I do live in District 4. It is my pleasure to be affiliated with Ivy Ranch. The ranch continues to impress me with the people and its operations. Since I have been a volunteer at the ranch, I've had the pleasure of grooming horses, meeting good people, making a difference with children and adults struggling with physical and mental disabilities. I ask you to place yourself in those parents' shoes that face the challenges of a special needs child. Would you want Ivy Ranch to offer a service to better the quality of your life, of the life of your child? What if you were the parent struggling for the sake of your child? Wouldn't you be grateful for Ivy Ranch and would want to support it? The future of Ivy Ranch is not just about me or you. It is about the future of our children and the entire community. Lastly, what do you want your legacy to be? Do you want to be remembered for supporting a good cause to ensure a positive difference in people's lives? Please ask yourself.
Thank you very much. You are, what is your name? What is your name? Is it John Arcidiacono?
Arcidiacono.
Okay, go ahead.
I am. My name is John Arcidiacono. This is my son, Anthony Arcidiacono. Anthony has cerebral palsy. I'm here to tell you a brief story about him. I'm also asking the council to reject the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historic site, as I believe it will negatively impact the ability of Ivy Ranch to expand its reach and in serving the community of Oceanside. Anthony has cerebral palsy. Anthony can't speak, he can't walk, he can't talk. Recently, he learned how to crawl. But what the Ivy Ranch folks did for him, taught him how to ride a horse, how to have confidence in doing so, how to have courage, and how to feel good about his life. And I think these are very important things. The last thing I'd like to ask you again is to vote no on the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historic site. And I also thank you for your participation in the Americans with Disability Act for people like Anthony and all the other folks at Ivy Ranch who would qualify in that category.
Thank you. Carrie Edner, followed by John Parker.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Edner, and I'm here as a 15-year volunteer for Ivy Ranch. I come here tonight not only as a volunteer, but as also a parent. My son myself was born 2 months premature and had special needs. When we found Ivy Ranch in 2010, we were both introduced to the special needs community. My son then has gone on to be participating in the Best Buddies program. He's also developed skills from work ethic from Ivy Ranch, and also he has developed and got a full scholarship because of part of the reason from Ivy Ranch, and he's become not only a first lieutenant in Air Force, but as a pilot. And I just want to say the important impact of the special needs community and how much impacts not just that, but our future military. And please vote no, because it's going to impact future generations from today. Thank you so much
Thank
for listening
you.
to me.
John Parker, followed by Deborah Duffy. Mr. Parker?
Mayor Sanchez, members of the council, good evening. My name is John Parker, and I've been a volunteer at Ivy Ranch Park Association for about the past 8 years. I'm here tonight to ask the council to reject the request made by Mayor Sanchez and Councilman Figueroa to register Ivy Ranch as an historic site. I'm opposed for this for 2 reasons. One, I believe this will fail. There have been 3 instances of trying to register Ivy Ranch with the National Register of Historic Places, and all 3 have failed. As the old saying goes, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is insanity. Second, as much as I appreciate the need to preserve tribal culture, we should not jeopardize the great programs provided to a very underserved constituency by Ivy Ranch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deborah Duffy, followed by Michaela Kazin. Michaela Kazin? Is there Michaela Kazin?
It's Deborah Duffy first.
Right.
Yeah,
But
Michaela's coming.
is there a Michaela Kazin? Okay, good. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Deborah Duffy. I have been a resident of Oceanside, District 4 for 40 years. I'm a volunteer at Ivy Ranch. Ivy Ranch is a diamond. It's a diamond in East Oceanside, and that diamond needs all the facets coming together to make it shine as a whole. All the facets are the youth who ride, the children who are part of our educational program, the children who are part of our daycare program, the adults who are part of our daycare program, and then all of our volunteers who you see around here. We love those horses. We love working with the kids. And then the other part of it is the horses themselves. We have 27 horses on that site, and none of them is in their first career. They're all in their second, third, fourth, fifth career. These horses are between 20 and 31 years old.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Vote no, please.
Michaela?
My name is Michaela Kazin. I am asking the council to reject the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historic site, as I believe it would negatively impact the ability of Ivy Ranch to expand its reach in serving the community of Oceanside. I had the privilege of being the equine caretaker for Ivy Ranch Park for over 7 years, from 2017 to 2024. I wanted to talk to you guys about the volunteer programs that we have for our youth through Ivy Ranch. There is volunteer opportunities every single day for our youth. I have watched kids grow into inclusive, happy teenagers who are responsible, who then grow up into young adults who are diverse in the people that they hang out with, and they stay out of trouble. And sorry, I had a 3-minute speech written. But without the opportunity for Ivy Ranch to expand, we will not be able to expand this volunteer opportunity for our youth. And I would love to have any of the youth that are in this room to become adults in our community.
Thank you very much. Cindy Shea, followed by Patrick Duffy.
My son David started in daycare at the ranch in 1994 when he was 5 and continued until he graduated from El Camino High School. He felt safe there, he thrived there, and it became a second home for him. When the riding program started in 2003, he was one of their first clients. He continues to ride there today because it gives him such a feeling of accomplishment and joy. And it's not just him, it's all the clients that come through there. It's also the volunteers, the adults, and the teens. Ivy is teaching the next generation empathy. Oceanside should be showcasing the fantastic work the ranch does. It shows other communities the heart that Oceanside has in caring for the most marginalized members of our society. We need to celebrate the opportunity to expand the facilities to give more individuals a chance at their best lives because we know their work. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Duffy, followed by Christina Pod.
Hi, my name is Patrick Duffy, and I came to Ivy Ranch Equestrian Center 4 years ago to volunteer to help with the horses. My wife and I had retired from coaching high school cross country and track. We found out that the horses were therapy horses for able-bodied and disabled people. I also started playing guitar after I retired. I was visiting the child care center and saw that the special needs adults singing to Taylor Swift. I asked if I could teach them to play because everyone loves to listen to music and sing songs. Every attendee loves the Ivy Ranch Guitar Club. They can now sing White Christmas, Silent Night, and Sound of Silence. The kids and I love the class and are always laughing and having a great time together. How many here listen to music and sing in the cars? Everyone does. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Pod, followed by Scott Holder. Scott Holder. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Christina Patton. I'm the Care Programs Manager at Ivy Ranch, and I'm asking the council to reject the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historic site. Ivy Ranch consists of 2 on-site care programs, our school-age program and our adult day program. It's like a second home for most of our care staff program, and most of us started at Ivy as volunteers, where we fell in love with the facility and the people, and gladly accepted a position at Ivy Ranch when the opportunity presented itself. Some of us have worked or volunteered at Ivy Ranch for over 10 years, and several of us have volunteered or worked in more than 3 of our programs. Our care programs are just 2 of the 13 programs for individuals with special needs. As care program staff and Ivy Ranch volunteers, we have been able to see what wonderful impact Ivy Ranch has had on each of our clients. It provides a safe place for individuals with special needs, its volunteers, and staff members. Our care programs are a place where many staff members and volunteers have not only gained the knowledge about the individuals they serve, but also an understanding and compassion.
Thank you very much.
Vote no.
Scott Holder, followed by Tanya Daniele, group presentation. Mr. Holder?
Hi, good evening. To start, I'd like to urge the council to reject the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historic site. While preserving history is commendable, I firmly believe that such a designation would hinder Ivy Ranch's ability to grow, adapt, and continue expanding its impact on our community, a community that thrives because of its care and outreach. I began volunteering at Ivy Ranch 5 years ago alongside my 2 daughters. Each Saturday, we witnessed things like nonverbal riders finding their voices, as well as others gaining the courage to ride unassisted. These transformative experiences are a testament to the profound impact Ivy Ranch has on its participants. I've also had the privilege of seeing incredible growth in my own daughters, watching them embody values that would make any dad proud, like hard work, compassion, dedication. And I implore you to vote no on this request.
Thank you very much. Tanya Daniele, please provide the 3 names. We have the 3 other names.
Yeah, Amanda is here. Daisy Cruz is here. Rosella Childers is here. And again, you have 1 minute to speak, but I know a lot of you had prepared statements. So if you do have a prepared statement, the city clerk's office is willing to accept those to be entered into the record since you only had 1 minute.
Ms. Daniele, go ahead.
Ms. Daniele.
Thank you. I am here this evening to ask the council to reject the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historic site. Not only is Ivy Ranch already listed as a locally relevant historic resource, I want to share with the tribe and with city council that we have complied with state law. It may be 35 years that the rest of the city hasn't, but we have had an archaeologist and a band-approved monitor for every piece of development we have done out at Ivy Ranch. Cammie and Carrie, Save Our Sacred Sites, we're actually part of that. They know that. We've done right by everything we do out at Ivy Ranch. And I want to show you SA 5422, which everybody's talking about. look that up? This is Ivy Ranch. This yellow line is where they have recorded cultural resources. Can you actually zoom that in so everybody can see it? This little red box out here is unfiltered, is not inside of this cultural resource area. We have developed this middle area. Campy and Carrie are very aware that there were no historic resources or cultural deposits found. Ivy Ranch was formed by a steering committee and community of volunteers back in '79 and '80. Mayor Bagley dedicated Ivy Ranch Park in 1981, the year of the disabled person, specifically for those with disabilities. Support was local, state, and federal, and endorsements from over 150 politicians, agencies, and organizations are listed. The City of Oceanside received a federal grant for the grading and development of Ivy Ranch Park, specifically for the purpose of serving the disabled community. So what do we do at Ivy Ranch? We serve over 350 individuals each week through on-site care, in-home care, and equine-assisted services. These include mental, physical, developmental, social, and behavioral disabilities. This also includes neurotypical children, able-bodied adults, veterans, active duty military, at-risk youth, and those with mental health issues. We serve those that range in age from 2 through senior citizen, and our oldest clients are in their mid-90s right now. There are 2 other nonprofit organizations at Ivy Ranch that also serve our special needs community, Canine Companions for Independence and Casa de Amparo, which I will share were not given any information about tonight and about this being put on City Council agenda. Shame on you. There are 3 nonprofits that need to be alerted, just like we did a year ago when we alerted the tribe that we wanted to expand and that we were going to move forward with the archaeologic requirements and the historians and the monitors like we always have. We work with over 100 organizations each year to provide services and opportunities, and we're the only duly accredited equestrian facility in the state of California. We are one of 2 licensed adult day programs within the City of Oceanside. We are the only licensed care center specifically for children with special needs. We're in the top 1% of premier accredited centers in the entire United States. We need to physically expand our premises. We can't do what we have been doing in the buildings we're doing, and we can do it with 35 square feet per child on our wait lists that are over 6 to 12 months long. Deputy Mayor Joyce, you work with special needs children. You know the resources that they do not have. A population that has grown to nearly 21% of our U.S. children, according to the Census Bureau, 21%. Knowing that we are the only licensed care center specifically for children with special needs in Oceanside, and only one of 2 licensed adult day programs here in our city, are you really going to choose to endorse the investigation of a registration process over furthering and serving the special needs population that are waiting? There's a room full of them right here waiting, and they have been waiting. Councilman Figueroa, thank you so much for taking the call and understanding what we're trying to do out there. And the councilman was very concerned for the tribe, on the tribe's behalf, of moving undisturbed dirt. But let me show you what we have done over 40 years out at Ivy Ranch. The City of Oceanside in 1986 put an 8-inch sewer line that's 10 feet deep through the entire middle of Ivy Ranch. And then there are 5 lateral sewer lines and water lines that run between 18 inches and 48 inches. And mind you, every time we did this, we had an archaeologist and a tribal monitor on site. This pink area is where the city in 1995 found cultural resources because the city regraded the entire property in its entirety unless a building was standing on it. And right here out in the front, they graded this property area because we had a plan and still do to expand our care center. Casa de Amparo and Canine Companions also developed 4 acres of this site. The entire thing has been disturbed. But know that we are stewards of this property. We do the right thing by our neighbors, and we will continue to do the right things. You know the reports from 1980, 1990, and 1992 list the ranch house and the site as not eligible for historic listing due to significant alterations to the land and buildings. Every time there's been development, we not only invite the band, we have monitors and archaeologists there. The very monitor who was there for the last 2 projects and never found any deposits or artifacts in the last 2 projects is now the one saying we need to dedicate that entire 12-acre site for something else and not expand services for the people who are waiting for them. These are the things that we ask you, council members, to remember. Ivy Ranch Park is a community asset, and it belongs to the citizens of Oceanside. The council should support the use and growth of this asset, and our lease agreement says that you will not duly hold back support for expanding services to serve this population. That is what this park was intended for. We can respect cultural areas without placing blanket restrictions and bureaucracy on future improvements. We will continue to work with the band. We respect those resources. We always will. We respect people. We are inclusive. We believe in everybody speaking up. But we also believe in our mission and serving these children and adults who are limited with their resources. We, the tenants at Ivy Ranch, and I speak on behalf of Canine Companions and Casa de Amparo, who were not invited to this table, have been excellent stewards of your property, and we hope that you will continue to allow us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Fiona Crane. All right, we still have a lot of people to speak. Please respect. Fiona Crane, followed by Missy Hebert, followed by Cynthia Renteria.
Hello,
Fiona Crane.
my name is Fiona, and I am a riding instructor, the caretaking manager, and the assistant program manager at Ivy Ranch. I have been with Ivy Ranch since I was 11, and I will be 25 in June. So most of my fellow staff have actually watched me grow up in this program. And being the caretaking manager, I actually live on site. And I may not seem like it. I actually don't know if most of my peers know about this, but I am also an adult with ADHD, generalized anxiety, and intermittent depression. And this place has been the one place I can always call home in every sense of the word, because they accept me fully for who I am. And I love my staff. I love my volunteers. I love my horses very dearly. And I ask you all to please vote no.
Thank you. Missy Hebert. Missy Hebert, followed by Cynthia Renteria.
Hello and thank you. My name is Melissa Hebert. My students call me Miss Missy. I am the equestrian program manager, and I also live on site at Ivy Ranch. I'm here to ask the council to reject the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historic site, as I believe it will negatively impact the ability of Ivy Ranch to expand its reach in serving the community. Many of the clients and riders you have already seen are my students. I can list and list and list so many moments that are meaningful to each rider. I'm going to share one or two. For one rider, the very first time he strung 2 words together was on the back of a horse to say color walk. Another, a veteran with a traumatic brain injury working with a horse named Dance, was able to extend her walk using his body language. He shared that lit him up and woke him up in a way that he hadn't felt in months. All of these moments will be impacted.
Thank you very much. Cynthia Renteria, followed by Kendrick Yazzie.
My name is Cynthia Renteria, and I'm the volunteer coordinator and working intern program manager at Ivy Ranch. I'm asking the City Council to vote no. Ivy Ranch is a place of acceptance, non-judgment, and inclusion. It is easy to see how many people benefit from being a part of it, including our almost 1,000 clients and families. Oftentimes, Ivy Ranch is the last hope for families who have found that the alternative options will not meet their needs, will not accept their child, and quite literally have nowhere else to go. For many of our riders and clients, it is the highlight of their week. It gives them purpose and self-esteem, a self-esteem boost, and a sense of calmness, autonomy, and independence, and something positive and meaningful to look forward to. Myself, along with our volunteer coordinator, Lauren, manage 1,300 volunteers who dedicate 23,000 volunteer hours annually to support our programs. These volunteers are passionate about our mission. Please vote no.
Thank you. Kendrick Yazzie, followed by Amy Guan.
Kendrick is here, and I'm going to read his letter on his behalf.
No, he really needs to. Well, go ahead. Read his letter.
Okay, so this is Kendrick Yazzie. This place brings me so much joy in life because I get the chance to help out with events and do projects to help Ivy Ranch. It has given me so much to work on. I have talked to so many people and have been in my shell for so long. Being here, I have come out of my shell, a lot more. It was the people of Ivy Ranch who helped me grow into the boy I am today. And if it wasn't for Ivy Ranch, I would still be in my shell. I love to help out with the hoedown and always have a blast setting up and taking it down. Seeing the joy it brings to the people makes me smile so much. Events like these are one of my favorite things to do. I also like the projects. It gives me a chance to work with different tools. I like the projects that can challenge me, but also something I can learn from. Kendrick Yazzie.
Thank you. Amy Guan, followed by Lauren David. Lauren David. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Amy Gawain. I'm a parent of 3 special needs kids that participate out at Ivy. First and foremost, I encourage you to vote no in the matter tonight. But tonight, like I said, I'm a parent of 3 special needs kids. All of them have participated in programs at Ivy over the last 10 years. But mostly tonight, I want to talk about my son, my oldest, especially, I had 3 minutes, now I got 1 minute. My son is one of those kids who falls in the gap. Did you know you can be disabled and be told, well, you're not disabled enough to qualify for this program, these services, Special Olympics, all those things. Everybody figures everybody can go participate in Special Olympics. It's not true. You're not disabled enough. He also, we have tried for years. We have done every program I can think of and been kicked out of every typical program I can think of because they can't figure out
Thank you very
how to
much.
handle it. Please
Lauren
vote no.
David.
Ivy is special.
Followed by Rebecca Byer.
Hello, my name is Lauren Acosta, or Lauren David. Just got married, sorry. And I am the Associate Volunteer Coordinator and Intake Coordinator for our equestrian program. I'm also an Oceanside resident and registered voter living in District 4. I am asking the council to reject the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historic site. We currently have a long wait list for many of our programs, and the equestrian program is no exception to that. I currently have over 30 people on our wait list for an initial assessment, and then for scheduling, we have around 50 people waiting to start regular lessons, as we are currently serving over 200 riders in this program with a full schedule. Indeed, while many of our clients are Oceanside residents themselves, a great many of our clients also come from near and far within San Diego County, but also Orange County and Riverside County to use our services. Most recently, we have added to our scheduling waitlist of family coming all the way from Calexico at the border for therapeutic horse riding lessons for their special needs son.
Thank you very much.
Please vote no.
Rebecca Byer, followed by Heather Matzlin.
Good evening. I'm Rebecca Byer of Oceanside. I'm a homeowner and a voter residing in the 4th District. 1 year ago, I was a senior with a lifelong dream, but no experience working with horses. Ivy Ranch welcomed me to their volunteer program and taught me the skills I needed to fulfill that dream. I now groom horses, muck stalls, rake hay, act as an aide leading horses during training lessons, introduce our horses and meet and greet with senior groups at the OYP, the Oceanside Youth Program, and work at our summer camp program. Working together at Ivy Ranch gives us a multi-generational mixture of both people with and without special needs. It's a community that helps each other develop our own ways with support without judgment. It has been a joy to be part of helping others develop their confidence and skill through horses.
Thank you. Heather Matlin, followed by Julie Ribolet. Go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Heather, and I'm a volunteer and parent of two, I think, amazing kids at the ranch. They both started at the ranch several years ago, both with lessons to learn. My son was terrified of trying new things, and my daughter just didn't believe she could do anything hard. After working with the ranch, they learned the confidence, the grit, and the endurance to really tackle life's challenges. And they learned the sense of community and the importance. And these lessons become increasingly crucial for kids to learn since more and more of their experiences are being transferred to online or digital versions of it, which just doesn't cut it. Now, they've taken these lessons that they've learned and are paying them forward in their respective scouting programs. Both my son and daughter are heavily involved in Scouts, and they put together community service projects as well as mentorship programs. Please vote no on this resolution for the historic site.
Thank you. Julie Ribolet, followed by Chelsea.
Hi, I'm Julie Ribolet. I've lived in Oceanside for 24 years. I live in District 1, Eric. And I would urge you all to vote no on this measure tonight. My daughter has ADHD, and Ivy Ranch was instrumental in helping her gain her focus and her confidence so that she has become the lovely young woman that she is right now. And I don't feel that this process has been fair to the stakeholders. You have not brought everyone to the table for a full discussion about how this will impact what's happening at Ivy Ranch right now. So please vote no until you can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chelsea, followed by Patrick Turner.
Hello, my name is Chelsea. I am the sister of a program participant at Ivy Ranch. I am asking the council to reject the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historic site I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, who's right here. My name is Barbara Turner, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my story with you. I am the parent of an adult with special needs. His name is Ryder, and he's nonverbal, incontinent, cognitively delayed. Because of this, he needs a high level of care that includes assistance with everyday tasks such as eating, walking, getting dressed, and moving around by means of a wheelchair. As a family, this program has meant the world to us, and we would all be devastated to lose Ivy Ranch, Ryder most of all. Having exhausted all other programs and options that San Diego County has to offer, it is without question that Ivy Ranch's Adults Day program is the best and only option for Ryder. When Ryder was younger, I had a difficult time getting him to traditional school, and when he came home, he acted out in ways that told me he wasn't being cared for in the ways he needed. Since joining Ivy Ranch, the difference in Ryder is obvious. And thank
Patrick
you. Please vote no.
Turner, followed by Jason Amundsen. Go ahead.
Hi, Carrie. Hi, I'm Patrick Turner. In 2008, my wife discovered Ivy Ranch, a nonprofit program that has become a beacon of hope of people of all ages with disabilities, offering them a chance at a better quality of life through care and education. My son Ryder has been part of this incredible place for 17 years now, and we fervently hope and pray that he will continue to thrive there for another 20 years. The teachers and staff at Ivy Ranch are nothing short of miraculous. They work tirelessly with parents, school districts, and other groups following IEPs unmatched creativity and motivation. The dedication and love they pour into this place are simply awe-inspiring. There is truly no other place like this. Tanya Daly is a saint. With her band of angels, she has created a sanctuary for people with disabilities. Right here, right now, is the moment to take a stand. We should be rallying to expand this remarkable haven for the next generation, making
Thank
it
you
the
very
crown
much.
jewel of Oceanside.
Jason Edmondson, followed by Roberta Smith. Go ahead.
Just one more thing.
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Sorry, we have a lot more people. We have like 20 more people to hear from. Go ahead, Mr. Edmondson, followed by Roberta Smith.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for having me. My name is Jason, a volunteer at Ivy Ranch. I'm asking the council to reject the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historic site because I believe it will negatively impact the ability to serve the community, and this measure does not meet historic intent or requirements. As a military member, I found myself living in Southern California after moving 6 times in 4 years, leaving family and friends constantly. Looking for a way to serve the community and be a part of one, being involved with animals and create stability, I found Ivy Ranch, where I volunteered since 2012. From the moment I set foot on the ranch, I realized I found an oasis of appreciation and respect for surrounded and rooted in the calming nature of horses. The respect and support among students, volunteers, and staff is core to the culture. Throughout the years, I have intermittently spent about a third of my time away from Southern California, always returning to the welcoming home of Ivy Ranch. I've seen the children, students, and volunteers grow and thrive, many depending on Ivy Ranch during COVID-19.
Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you.
Roberta Smith, followed by David LaFrenz.
Good evening. My name's Roberta Smith, and my grandson is a client at Ivy Ranch, and our family also volunteers. Truman is autistic, and before Ivy Ranch, he was very anxious, couldn't go into a room with strangers. After finding Ivy Ranch and the welcoming staff, the horses, the people, he's now a 19-year-old, confident, hardworking young man, and that's due to this program. And I urge you to vote no, because Ivy Ranch needs to grow. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Roberta. David LaFrenz, followed by Doug Smith. Doug Smith.
Hello, my name is David LaFrenz. That's Truman's grandma. I'm Truman's dad. Truman's an amazing autistic young man, and I credit so much of that to Ivy Ranch and their programs and the way that they have just enabled him to thrive. He is calm, he's the hardest working person I know, and everyone at Ivy Ranch is happy to see him. There's nobody there that I've never heard that doesn't like Truman, and that he's even gotten his schoolmates involved and some of the staff at his school to participate. And if you've ever gone to the hoedown, you know what Ivy Ranch does for the community and for its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Smith, followed by Idle Beer.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Doug Smith. I'm Truman's grandfather, and I'm a retired high school teacher and spent my entire career working with young people of all abilities, and I know what it takes to work with this cohort. It takes character, it takes commitment, and it takes competency, and all of those characteristics have been present in all of the staff that's worked with my grandson, and I'm so privileged. It's been 10 years, it's been amazing. But I could not also sit here tonight without feeling the tremendous sense of feeling compassion for the tribe and the band and the desire to wanting to protect the heritage and protect what's there and give honor to what happened to their ancestors. But I feel like the same character that Ivy Ranch fosters will protect that right as well without
Thank you
the
very much,
historical
sir.
designation.
Thank you. Doug Smith, Idle Beer, followed by Taylor Becerra. Go ahead, sir.
No. Good evening. My name is Edal Bir, and I am a volunteer member of the board of directors at Ivy Ranch for the last 7 years. My kids also dedicate time as volunteers there. So I'm gonna try to translate what you are seeing here, this mobilization against the vote. So I also urge to vote no, to reject the request. But I'm gonna bring a perspective as I am a physician by training. So what you are seeing it is the fact that our health systems are not designed to promote self-confidence, improve physical coordination, enhance social interaction and sensory benefit. It is only designed to treat sick, actually very sick people. That's why we have wait lists. That's why we have this mobilization here, right? So facilities and organizations like Ivy Ranch, they exist exactly to bridge this gap that exists in our health systems, and you know that, right? So let's celebrate history and culture. Let's protect and care for special needs population.
Thank you very much. Taylor Becerra, followed by Celeste Pilkington. Are you Taylor?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
My name is Taylor Becerra. I urge you to vote no on the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historical site. My son was diagnosed with a disability when he was 2. He's 6 now. Unfortunately, we have been rejected by 12 daycares. And our saving grace was at Ivy Ranch. They accepted him with open arms. They have worked with him, speech therapy, ABA therapy. They have a community that just accepts him and pushes him to be more and more. He said his first words at Ivy Ranch. He said his teacher's names, and he is absolutely nonverbal. He's crying outside right now, and I just urge you, please, we need this program. My family needs this program.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Celeste Pilkington, followed by Amy Sheets. Ms. Pilkington?
Hi, I'm a parent. I have a quick question. I did prepare a 3-minute speech. I feel strongly that parents and family members should have more time to speak. If anyone would be willing, a volunteer, someone who would be...
we don't take time from anybody else.
Okay.
Go ahead and go.
My name is Celeste Pilkington. I've been an Oceanside resident and homeowner since 2009. I live in District 2. I'm here to share how potential changes at Ivy Ranch Park Association would deeply impact our 10-year-old son and our family as a whole. I speak only from our family's personal experience and with immense gratitude and respect for all stakeholders involved here. Our son Henry has been attending the Ivy school-age program for about 3 years. He's one of just over 1,000 people worldwide diagnosed with a rare syndrome, the main hallmarks of which are developmental delays, intellectual disability, sleep disorder, and significant behavioral challenges. Prior to Henry joining Ivy, we struggled for years to find reliable caregivers who were able to handle Henry's special needs, manage his challenging behaviors, understand his communication, and keep him safe. As has been noted earlier this evening by council members and the mayor, federal cuts are impacting all sorts of critical services. For our family right now, every single one of Henry's
Thank you, ma'am.
supports.
Amy Sheets, followed by James Guerin.
Hi, my name is Amy Sheets, and I'm a therapeutic riding instructor at Ivy Ranch. First, I would like to ask the council to reject the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historic site, as I believe it will negatively impact the ability of Ivy Ranch to expand its reach in serving the community of Oceanside. As a therapeutic riding instructor for 40 years, I see every single day the benefits of this sort of magical horse rider combination. It helps with physical challenges, cognitive challenges, social emotional challenges, and it's very unique. It's not an opportunity that is everywhere, is provided everywhere. And we have a long wait list. There's more riders, more clients that we could be serving. By sitting on a horse, you're challenging especially your core muscles. So just sitting there as the horse moves engages all
Thank
the...
you, ma'am. James Guerin, followed by Elvis Daly.
Good evening. My name is James Guerin, and this is my son, Jimmy, and we're Oceanside residents. I'm a Vietnam veteran. Most importantly, I'm a special needs dad. And I'm here to support Ivy Ranch. Ivy Ranch, and I want you to vote no. Okay? Ivy Ranch has done a lot for Jimmy. We've been going to Ivy Ranch for almost 10 years. And he's learned a lot of things at Ivy Ranch, how to work with the horses, how to follow orders, and he's a lot calmer for working with those animals. So we do horseback riding every Saturday, every Tuesday after school. He takes care of the horses and feeds them. And last year I did
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Elvis Daly,
Please vote
followed
no,
by
okay?
Anna Van Pegum.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Elvis Daly, and I've had the privilege of interning and volunteering at Ivy Ranch for the past 3 years. Here I've made lifelong friends, formed incredible bonds with the horses, and witnessed firsthand the huge positive impact Ivy makes on so many people's lives, as well as my own. Ivy Ranch is not only a second home to me, but it is a safe haven and community for so many people of all ages and backgrounds, especially veterans and those with disabilities, providing them with programs that can help them find their independence through riding. Horses bring out the best in us, and being around these horses helps people open up, build trust, and learn patience. I was not able to afford riding anywhere else, but Ivy gives you the opportunity to volunteer in exchange for riding, which is not something a lot of places do. I've wanted to ride and work with horses for as long as I can remember, but not having the money and the opportunity to do so made that extremely hard. With this expansion, Ivy Ranch will be able to benefit and give meaning to so many more people's lives. Without this extra space, so many people on that wait list will have to wait longer or be turned away. This is why it's important to move forward.
Thank you very much. Anna Van Pagan, followed by Faye Sane. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anna Van Papagum, and I am a parent of a child that goes to Ivy Ranch. He does have a disability, and he's been riding for 3 years now. I did condense my presentation down pretty significantly here to the time limit. So I do just want to urge you all to please vote no on this measure tonight. And I wanted to let you all know that over the last years of my son's riding at Ivy Ranch, I have seen tremendous improvements in not only his psychological well-being, but also his physical well-being. So please vote no on the measure tonight, and thank you for your time. And
Thank you, Faye, followed by Tarkeaton Jones.
Hello, my name is Faith Sign, and I've been a volunteer and rider at Ivy Ranch for around 5 years. Before I tell my story, I strongly urge the council to reject the request to turn Ivy Ranch into a historical site. When I first came to Ivy, I was one of the shyest people. Back then, I definitely wouldn't be speaking up here, but Ivy changed me. As I started working with horses and other volunteers, I wasn't scared to speak up anymore. If I saw someone doing something wrong or someone who needed help, I would step in and help them. Last year, I was going through a lot of things with my friends, and my dog, who was also one of my best friends, died. I was heartbroken, and the only thing that made me feel better was Ivy. Ivy is like my second home, and the people and horses are my second family. Ivy has saved so many people. If you vote no, it can continue to do so. So please vote no tonight.
Thank you very much. Tarkeaton Jones, followed by Kathy Dane.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Tarkeaton Jones. I'm a longtime Oceanside resident. I'm also a District 4 voter. This is my son, Keelan. We've come to ask you to reject the proposal tonight because Keelan was diagnosed with autism at 4 years old. He's been a part of Ivy Ranch since. He's 24 years old now. He's made great strides as part of the program. They've done a lot for him. Socially, emotionally, academically, his growth is astronomical. Keelan has sat here and you've barely heard him. About 5 years ago, that would have been the case. He couldn't sit here for 2 hours. So once again, thank you for hearing us, and we'd like you to vote no.
Thank you very much. Kathy Dane, followed by Bellamy Burks.
My name is Kathy Dane, and I'm mom of Stephen, who has been serviced by Ivy Ranch for 17 years. We've worked on a statement together, and I'd like to read Stephen's words for you. I'm the first participant in Ivy Ranch's working intern program for individuals with exceptional needs. For the last 5.5 years, I've loved my work there 4 days a week. There I'm needed, accepted, trained, held accountable, challenged, and appreciated. I don't know of another place that has figured out how to welcome an individual like me, another place that sees the value in people of all abilities, another place that has taken the life of a person who might otherwise be pushed to the margins and instead has caused growth. I'm a better man for this world because of Ivy Ranch, and I'm asking you with all my heart to vote no so that Ivy Ranch and its programs can keep going and growing.
Thank you very much. Bellamy Burks, followed by Isabella Rodriguez. Go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bellamy Burkus. I have been a student and a volunteer at Ivy Ranch for about 3 years. Ivy Ranch is a huge benefit to my life. It is helping me to refine my riding skills and teaches me how to care for horses. I started volunteering at the age of 9. As a volunteer, I am able to build connections and strengthen my social skills with others. Most importantly, I am able to give back to the community in a way that I enjoy, and I would be very sad if all the fun and happiness that Ivy Ranch has brought me came to an end. Therefore, I am asking the council to reject the request to register Ivy Ranch as a historical site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Isabella Rodriguez, followed by Chardonnay.
Hi, my name is Isabella Rodriguez, and I've had the privilege of volunteering for years at Ivy Ranch. In that time, I've witnessed firsthand the life-changing impact this organization has had on our community, which is why Ivy Ranch should be permitted to expand so it can continue to serve its community. With over 350 individuals every week, more than 2/3 of them have moderate to severe disabilities. But at Ivy Ranch, they aren't defined by their limitations. They're empowered by what they can do. Ivy Ranch provides daily programs, after-school programs, and community events. Research shows that equine therapy improves emotional, physical, and mental well-being. But ask anyone who comes to Ivy Ranch, and they'll tell you it doesn't feel like therapy, it feels like home. In 2021, its incredible contributions were recognized when Oceanside's Mayor Esther Sanchez proclaimed October 16th as Ivy Ranch Park Association Day. We cannot afford to lose an organization like Ivy Ranch. Thank you
very much. Chardonnay, followed by Jacob Nichols. Go ahead, get started.
Hello, my name is Chardonnay, and I am both a volunteer and a participant at Ivy Ranch. And 2 years ago, I discovered Ivy Ranch. This was also the start of my journey with horses. And throughout this time, I've gained a special bond with one of the horses. And I wouldn't have the confidence to be speaking now if it wasn't for him. It was also here at Ivy where I've learned that I want to become a vet tech or a vet for large animals. I am unable to think of a life where Ivy Ranch isn't. Me and my family also volunteer to help at Ivy Ranch. If it wasn't here, we wouldn't be able to easily find another place where we can help while being with horses. It is hard to find somewhere else where all of the people are very inclusive and willing to work. Ivy is the place that I can go to be able to work with the horses and get the volunteer hours and do what I love.
Thank you very much. Jacob Nichols, followed by Carrie Nichols.
My name is Jacob. I love Legos. I Ranch. I love inside. I was in El Camino High School. My family loves my Ivy Ranch. My sister, 2 sisters, love Ivy Ranch. I ride a volunteer color. I ride a horse show and invite them. We vote no. Thank you.
All right. Are you Carrie Nichols? Are you Carrie Nichols? Are you Carrie Nichols? I'm sorry, are you Carrie Nichols? Are you speaking right now? Okay, go ahead. If you could speak in the mic, please.
Yes, sorry. My name is Carrie Nichols, and I am a parent of Jacob and Riley and Emily, who all 3 ride at Ivy Ranch. As you see, it's a beloved place. It is a treasure to our family. All 3 of my kids volunteer there, ride there, go in the shows. So I'm asking you to vote no, please.
Thank you. John Parker, followed by Sabrina Nizam. John Parker. Okay, Sabrina Nizam, followed by Ashley Reed.
Hello, my name is Sabrina Nizam. I'm a volunteer at Ivy Ranch. I started in 4th grade during the summer camp program, and I have now been a volunteer since 2023. I am a freshman in college, and Ivy Ranch has really inspired what I want to do in education. I'm going to be a biology major, and just seeing the community that is built around there, it's really a bubble that you can't find anywhere else. All the people, the staff, the horses, they're all very special. And coming out of high school and going into college, a lot of kids can be really mean. And I think getting to be around such a diverse group is something that needs to be shown to more people, especially kids. And I urge you to vote no.
Ashley Reed, followed by Jeff Masterson. Jeff Masterson. Is there Jeff Masterson? Okay, how about Sonia Gilman? Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Ashley Reed. First and foremost, I urge you guys to vote no. I came to California after an illness, and the only thing I had was horses. I didn't know where to go. I found Ivy Ranch. I volunteered there first, became an intern, and they hired me basically on the spot because they have no judgment there. But I go to work every day knowing that I'm going to leave with a smile. This place is so important. I have fun with every person I meet there, and it's so important for them. And so I, again, urge you to say, vote no, because I couldn't imagine Oceanside without Ivy Ranch.
So, who are you? Your name? Your name?
Sonia Gilman.
What?
Sonia Gilman.
Sorry, your name again?
Sonia Gilman.
Sonia Gilman, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. And Diane Cowdell after that, and then Laura Hogley.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sonia Gilman. This is my daughter, Azra. She was diagnosed 2 years ago with autism, born and raised in Oceanside. Sorry, I get really nervous. I'm just here to urge you to preserve Ivy Ranch, space, and amazing programs. This is the first place that my daughter has had a home. It provides mental health in riding, job training, internship abilities, and she's going to get to hopefully become a certified instructor, and she's in the program to do that. I don't know what we would do without Ivy Ranch. It has become a second home for her and our family, and it's just a godsend, so please vote no.
Thank you. Diana Cowdell, followed by Laura Hogley. I'm sorry, who are you, sir?
Jeff Masterson. My name disappeared just a second.
Okay, so we'll go with you first, Jeff Masterson, and then Diana.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
This is my granddaughter, Isla. Isla has a genetic brain disorder. She can't walk, can't talk, can't feed herself. Not much she can do, but she can smile. And when she drives into Ivy Ranch with her mother, her whole demeanor changes. She becomes a completely different person. And she takes that smile with her, takes it with her wherever she goes. We love her, and we love to see her help other people feel good about things. She is wonderful to be around and wonderful to see come out here and make progress in things that we didn't think she'd ever be able to do before. I want to thank the teachers out here. They're unbelievable. They get her up and they walk her around, and you guys have all seen what happens out there. But I want you guys to know God sent her here to make us better people. And God put Ivy Ranch there to give us a place to do it.
Thank you very much, sir. Diana Cowdell, followed by Laura Hogley, followed by Albert Serta Jr.
My name is Diana Caudell, and I'm a member of the San Luis Rebano Mission Indians. And I really respect what happens with the Ivy Ranch and what's happening there. I'm also a past horse owner, and my children grew up with the horses, et cetera. So I really respect that. But I have a question that the person, I don't know your name, I didn't get your name, ma'am, but you said that for 1889, your ranch is a historical site already? Okay, she's a tenant, she's not a landowner. San Luis Rebano Mission Indians is asking the City of Oceanside to register the land for a historical site. Nobody's taken away the ranch. The ranch has been there for a while. My dad used to work with you. I was born here and raised here in Oceanside, you know, with the Davy Jones Ranch and in the Valley. I come from one of the prominent families there in the Valley. And this is what I have the confusion on. We're not taking away the Ivy Ranch. We're not taking away. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Hogley, followed by Albert Serta Jr.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a descendant of one of the original Bellas of San Luis Rey. My ancestors lived on this land and built the mission you have a picture of here in Chambers. This land is sacred, a sacred site for our Luiseño people. Our history needs to be preserved, and the Luiseño story needs to be told. I commend the work that Ivy Ranch does. However, I believe the tenants have outgrown this site, and the landowners of this site need to recognize this. I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you. Albert Serta Jr.
As a tribal council member, we've been in front of many city municipalities, different areas, the county, all the different cities in the area, and it's usually about one thing: development and expansion. Development and expansion over cultural resource sites. The cultural resources show that my ancestors, tribal members, you know, even been born on the ranch, have died on the ranch, have lived on the ranch, and the cultural resources they left behind. They didn't, you know, 3,000 to 4,000 people lived in that valley, in that area. And so we have to honor their past, honor what they've set aside in the ground. Nothing was above the ground, okay? So we have rules and regulations. The generation before us and with us have set rules and regulations. My generation as a tribal council member have been diligently trying to follow the rules and follow the guidelines that have set before us when we come across government property lands, because there's CEQA and NAGFRA and all these rules to follow. So thank you. I won't be here in 50 years, and we need to follow those guidelines that are set.
Thank you very much. All right.
I just want to know.
Thank you, ma'am.
If I can speak, because
thank
I
you,
traded.
ma'am.
Okay.
We already have 54, 50, 55. Thank you. So I think you all said the same thing. So basically, it sounds like some folks are thinking that by registering this land as historic is somehow going to have all the uses that are currently on there disappear, and that is not happening. This is historic registration for actually land that is historic, that is of first, evidence of first contact, that's high critical importance within the state of California. The state of California actually protects and has laws to protect these types of sacred sites, historic cultural resources. Unfortunately, this has not happened on Ivy Ranch Park. For whatever reason, it was not included in the Mission District. This is where one of the walls of the Mission is located. This is where we have even fountains from that are also archaeological and cultural resources. There is so much that is happened where the tribe has not been notified. Last year, this was on the agenda, and on the day of the council meeting, I made a call to Carrie Lopez, who's one of the tribal members, as well as Mel Vernon, who is the captain, and I asked them if they had any input onto this item. They were not notified. They were not notified. We had zero requirements that were attached to the staff report as to monitoring requirements that we normally do on sites that we do not have any knowledge of whether or not there are critical artifacts and or bones. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, we have not had any procedures with respect to Ivy Ranch Park. Ivy Ranch Park is a public park. It should have access to the public. I know that there are some places that have private property signs, which should not have been happening. There's a lease. There are 3 leases on this property, each about 30 years. This is down to the last few years of the lease. During that time, there has not been preservation of indigenous cultural artifacts and articles. So I understand that there is a great emotion here with respect to programs that are happening. Those programs would continue. Councilmember Figueroa, did you want to say anything more? Because we already have a motion and a second, but I wanted you to speak to the second.
Yes, I definitely would, yeah. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who came today to speak. I know that it was not easy to come up here. I've been here myself as a community resident. It can be very intimidating. And I've been up here feeling anxious at times when I'm speaking before I was on council, but my entire career has been in nonprofits, running after school programs, working with youth, our underserved youth in Oceanside, in some of our underserved communities. Most recently, I was an executive director of a homeless shelter for families with children. We maintained our own site. At times, it did feel like we could use more space to help more people in our community. So I'm still in nonprofits. That's what I do full time. I'm a nonprofit, professional. I was first introduced to the site, not as a council member, but as a father. I took my daughters to the site. I didn't know that everything was on the campus. I was there with my daughters using the playground, and they love horses. They wanted to see the horses. My first introduction to the campus itself was when Tanya reached out, I believe like 2 months ago, and invited me for a tour. I was very impressed by the programming. I didn't know that Canine Companions was there. I didn't know that Casa Amparo was there. They've been a partner of mine throughout some of the programs that I've ran in the past. I've always said that a program's impact will be reflected by the clients that it serves. If a program is extraordinary, then those that it serves will be its biggest people, for that program. I think it was evident tonight. It is evident by all of you sharing how special Ivy Ranch is and the impact that it has on the community. I commend the board. If any of the members of the board are here, for the support you've provided Ivy Ranch. I commend Tanya for her leadership and the staff for the service that you provide. Since I've toured the Ivy Ranch site, I've also talked to members of the tribe, and I was educated. I was educated about that land. I'm born and raised in Oceanside, so before I always, pride myself on being, this is my home. It's always been my home, but I know that before it was my home and my family was here, the tribe was here. And I know that, when I didn't know that this was a land of first contact, pre-Oceanside, pre-California, pre-mission. This is where tribal ancestors were forced to remain, living, working, where they were baptized by the old mission ray, those within the San Luis mission. I think that there's been a little bit of miscommunication, at least, and I'll speak fully for myself. The intent for me to support making this a historical site was to honor the tribe's history within that land. It's never not been to preserve the amazing programming that takes place within Ivy Ranch. I fully support the program, the equestrian, the canine companions, and Casa de Amparo. I support all the programming that's taking place on that land. I do not want the programming to stop. This is not to impede or hinder the existing current programming that takes place at Ivy Ranch. I think that it's doing remarkable work. I think both things are possible. I hope both things are possible, where we can deem this land a historic site for the tribe and still continue to provide the services that Ivy Ranch is providing our community. And that's why, for me, myself, that's why I support making this land a historic site. But at the same time, I support Ivy Ranch. And so I don't think it's one over the other. I hope that both can be possible. I know it's a very sensitive topic, but I think this is two communities have an emotional attachment to this land. And I think both are very justifiable for having that emotional attachment. And those are my comments. And I do second making this land historical.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson?
Thank you. So before I get into some of the questions or some of the statements I have, I just want to say what I did today. I'd been out to Ivy Ranch several times. Most recently, I was out there, other than this morning, I was out there volunteering on the Martin Luther King Day of Service, and a number of us were volunteering in the community garden, and I can assure you that piece of land has been worked over. But I went out there today, drove around, probably drove some spots where I shouldn't have been, but I looked as much of every parking lot, everywhere I went, and it's inconceivable that someone could go out there and look and find parts of that land that has not been disturbed already, that has not been turned over, has not been built upon, has not been paved over. So I really don't believe that there's any part of that development out there that has not already been disturbed. That said, and there's been a lot of discussion about the expansion, and we can talk about that maybe in a few minutes, but I have had, or maybe not, I did talk to Carrie Lopez on the phone one day about the site, and she explained to me the significance, and I think Doug Smith kind of said it when he spoke about the protection of the land and how that can happen. I think Councilmember Figueroa was kind of saying the same thing. And I told her that, given the significance, I could support, there's an old pocket park out there, I don't know how well it's used. If it's not used, maybe we do something to put some sort of tribal recognition out there or something for education. That whole park is full of nothing but education and teaching, and I think that would be a very good use of it. But I want to go through a couple things in the letter we received. So just going through it on the first page where it says researchers can, and this is highlighted not by me, but by, I believe, by the tribe who sent this to us. Researchers concluded that portions, and I did circle portions, of this plot have intact deposits. So there may be San Luis insists that first contact site, the guardians of this site need to be protected accordingly. It needs to be registered as a historic place, and then I underline this, subsurface impact needs to be avoided. So then as you read through this letter, there's other parts that were highlighted for us. And in one section it says, the City of Oceanside, historical resource for the City of Oceanside, and that associated historic area archaeological deposits could, underlined, provide important information on agricultural and rural development at the turn of the century. I don't know how you would know that or how you would use that information without doing some sort of archaeological work on the site. If there's value in history, you have to go down and find it and look at it. But then part of it says, well, we're not going to disturb it, but let's move on. Let's see. He concludes the site contains important information on European impacts on the Luiseno, maybe the last example of its kind. Let's take that for its value. It possesses stratigraphic integrity and is over 100 years old. So, okay, so let's say that's true. Here's where I think where the fear comes from. If you go to the next paragraph, it says, any new site surveys should include the tribe, and in addition to this process, the waivers from CEQA, the mission area planning requirements should be reconsidered, as well as current lease requirements and expectations. And I think this is the part that is really unspoken. And when we say, oh, it's going to continue, I don't believe that there is currently a desire to let these leases continue. And I think you do have, because one of the speakers, I didn't get her last name, Laura, she basically said it, and I've heard others say it, is that, oh, they've outgrown their usefulness and they need to move on. Let's see. Then it keeps going. It says, we're recognized as a partner, that the tribe wants to be recognized as a partner and a co-steward. And I'd love to know how that's defined and what does that mean. I just, you know, who's going to make the decisions? And basically what it would mean, and I wish I would have known a little bit, Mayor, about AB 52, because I would have had some time to research it and look it up. But what I have been able to look in the associated documents with that is that basically the tribe, if this is dedicated a resource, the tribe would have really final say on what takes place out there. So I have some real concerns with that. And we're looking at documents and research that goes back anywhere from 23 to 34 years. And I don't know that anything has been done to validate these studies that were done back then. We have different methodologies of doing that. That is a little bit concerning for me, that we don't have new, recent information. Yeah, for current plans to expansion, there's a section that's highlighted, you know, that basically says permit required to alter, demolish, et cetera. It's unlawful for any person to tear down, demolish, construct, alter, blah, 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 goes, or any landscape feature. I think that gets to the heart of doing any expansion or anything else on this piece of land. And so when we say, oh, this school, this use will continue, I don't believe that that's guaranteed. At least that's not going to happen tonight if this was to pass. And I think it's worth, let me ask City Attorney, can I show these? Okay. Let me, because I think it's important everybody sees it. You can just show them in the order they are. How much time I got? Oh, good, I'll go fast. So this is the area where
the time stopped. Can you continue it? Yeah.
Go on. I want my seconds back. This is the area when they talk about the expansion. It's this area between the building and the fence. If you show the next one, I just want to show it. So this is the slope looking up at that. Don't get excited by the pottery. That's old. That's not old. And then go and show the next one. That's just another view of where the expansion would be around the tree. If you walk that, it's really hard to believe that surface has never been touched or has never been, it just isn't possible. So, but we're here to talk about this thing, and I can't support it. I think I'm happy to support doing something with the tribe to commemorate the land, to teach people about it. But I think anything that we would do that would put these three, and again, the other two tenants out there were not here to speak and not invited, and I wish they had been. Casa de Amparo and Canine Companions, they're all on leases, and they come due at different times. And my fear by doing this is we basically we're going to say, don't renew. The tribe could deny renewal of a lease, I believe, and I just don't think it's a good idea. So I am not going to support this.
Okay, Councilmember Weiss. Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you. Just so you know, we're all coming to your places of work tomorrow. We're going to clap when you do something good. Just had to say it. So as part of the historic permit for the expansion, there was an additional cultural resources survey done, and I just want to read two parts of it. The area where the addition will occur has been leveled in the past and is highly disturbed. Therefore, the potential for an intact and significant cultural deposit associated with SDI 5422 is considered low. The proposed addition will result in no historic properties affected and no adverse effects to a historical resource. And in a separate paragraph, it says Caltrans evaluated the Ivy Ranch house twice, in 1982 and 1990, for eligibility to the National Register of Historic Places. In both cases, the ranch house and its setting was found not eligible because of extensive alterations to the building and its setting. A historic evaluation in 1992 also found the ranch house not eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. I know we're not declaring it. It has to go through a process, but I don't believe that process is going to result in that site being declared a National Register for Historic Places. And so I won't be supporting the matter either. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Joyce.
Thank you. Could I ask staff to clarify? I'm not sure which staff would clarify, but ultimately, would this mean, what would this mean, I guess, if we voted yes tonight, what would happen next?
Mr. Borrego?
Honorable Mayor and council members, in terms of process, if you were to vote yes tonight, then essentially we would do the research to figure out what we would need to do to obtain those designations that are a part of this action, and then bring that back to council for consideration, dependent upon what your specific role in that process would be.
Okay, so just for clarity's sake, even a yes vote tonight means whatever the action is going to actually happen would have to come back for full consideration. So today doesn't designate anything historical, correct?
This is direction to staff to go ahead and register with the city, with the state, and with National Register.
That's not how we've done
it. That is direction to staff. And so what would come back to us would be the results of those efforts. Is that correct?
Based on what you just described, I guess the answer to that would be yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's a comment by Councilmember Weiss that he doesn't think that they will actually be accepted as historic resources, cultural resources. So that would mean that it wouldn't go through. Is that correct? Then you would be saying to us, it was not accepted.
Yes, and the point to my earlier statement about bringing it back to City Council was to the extent that that official designation would require city council action. I'm not sure if it does or not. We haven't done that extent of research, and that's kind of the point that I was trying to make earlier.
Okay. All right.
So that's part of my question. Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
I would just add that at the local level, it does require council action. So while we do not control the state or federal actions, at the local level, we have a process, and the process includes a public hearing, and it includes notice to the community and all the stakeholders' involvement, and it requires studies, and it requires time and expense to engage in all of those processes. So the direction tonight would be direction to potentially engage in that if that was the council's direction. But it would be the start of a process. It would not be final action, at least at the local level.
Okay. So should it actually get through, despite Councilmember Weiss's pessimism on it? What would that mean? Would Councilmember Robinson said be in fact true about every lease being reviewed by the tribe for an up and down kind of notion? I want some clarity because I'd like to know what the outcomes of this really are. Because there's a lot of information and floating around. Anybody have an answer on that one?
So technically, no, we are the landowner and the lease is with us as the landowner. We have the consent and control. The historic designation, depending on the level, I think as was alluded to earlier, it kind of depends on where you start the process for certain historical permits. There's already a historical permit requirement for the location because it's in a historical area. Mm-hmm. This would be more focal as to the site. And so it would overlay part of the process. But I think that the end result of the process is effectively the same, that there's CEQA requirements and other requirements that come into play that already exist. So I don't know that there's a meaningful distinction in that way. But some of the requests that were in the letter are broader than just the historical designation. And I think that's where some of the concern that you were hearing may have been raised to.
And so that would be a future conversation on what it would look like, because we're not advancing that the letter just go forward. We're advancing that these processes start. Again, I'm just seeking clarification.
That's the motion.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, thank you for being here. We had a number of really tremendous speakers, and I know as someone who works in the space of developmental disabilities, it can be a long night to be here. So I appreciate everyone who's here. I appreciate the caregivers and everyone who cares and has a deep love for the programs at Ivy Ranch. That is more than apparent by your presence here and your willingness to speak on, and your courage to speak in moments that is really difficult. So I appreciate that. Many of the speakers tonight brought up how woefully inadequate our systems are at providing places for folks with disabilities to thrive. And that's absolutely the case. It is a pox on our moral capabilities as a society that we don't provide more to the folks to everyone who deserves it. The work of Ivy Ranch and every single thing done to provide those spaces where people can thrive outside of the normal boxes that we're asked to operate in is something that I am deeply committed to continuing and supporting. There's a need, and you all are filling a space that we need 100 of you, not less of you. To that end, I do think coexistence in this space is going to be vital. There was talk about a narrative even of taking away, and it's a little ironic because all of this is based on like a taking that has happened over and over again. I will go on record again to say that I will work with everyone at Ivy Ranch to preserve and, if possible, expand the programs. I know every one of you want to create more spaces where more young people and adults can experience what your loved one is experiencing. and every inch of my heart wants to vote as you've come in to ask me to do. And just, I want you to know that. I know that you're here because parents of children with special needs have to fight like hell for everything you do, whether it's in the school systems where I'm at, or if it's before the school systems, or what's even less after the school system is there. So I do want to say, though, with full consideration of the site's historic heritage, I'm going to support the start of this process tonight with a yes vote. I also am going to honor my commitment to you all to preserve the programs that are in place for the future. So you have me, you know where I'm at. I'm here to work with you, okay?
Let's vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Robinson, Weiss, Snow.
Thank you. Council, item number, city clerk item number 25. And this is a request from the city clerk for the city council to provide direction on the interview process. Could you have your conversations outside? We're still having to meet. Thank you so much. We're trying to get done by the 10 o'clock deadline. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and call again. Item number 25, which is a city clerk item. Staff recommends the city council provide direction on the interview process for the upcoming planning commissioner appointment workshop scheduled for April 2nd, which may actually be moved to April, was it 12th?
I believe
No. Excuse me, April 16th.
So, Honorable Mayor and council members, Zeb Navarro, City Clerk. Given the hour, I'll keep it very brief. As part of your council duties, you will be appointing 2 planning commissioners. We do have 2 terms up this quarter, and we have 30 applicants, or 32 applicants right now on file. So the city clerk's office is asking for a recommendation on how to proceed on interviewing the applicants. You could choose to start earlier and interview every applicant, or we could select certain applicants to be interviewed. I would just need direction on how to proceed with the applicants, whether we're going to provide you the applications tomorrow, and they will be posted online. at the next council meeting, council could let me know their selection, and we can invite those selected to be interviewed at the next available workshop, which would be April 16th. So I'm just looking for direction, and we will proceed.
All right, so basically, there are 30 to
April.
32
Of April.
applications for 2 positions. Normally, they would take at least 7 minutes each to interview, times 30, 32, which might be a few hours. Or what is being recommended by our city clerk is that that council, and this would require changing the date of April 2nd.
Correct.
Each council member choose up to, from 3 to 5. Once we receive the applications, which I believe will be tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow. And that we provide up to 3 to 5 names at the next council meeting.
Correct.
Has to be done in open session.
Correct.
Correct? And then the city clerk's office would then get us a list by that Friday, so that the following Wednesday would be the interviews.
Correct. We will publish the packet based on council direction.
Right. So do we have any requests to speak on this item?
We currently do not have any speakers on this
Okay.
item.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Zeb, just really quick, the deadline is we've already met
Yes.
the deadline, right? So there's
That
not
is
going to be
correct.
45. Okay.
Correct.
All right, no, that was my only question. I'm okay with choosing a limited number, whatever the council decides it's appropriate, it's fine with me, whatever my colleagues decide.
Right, and we're talking about the meeting being at 5:30, is that correct, the interviews?
That is council's instructions for
Okay.
workshops.
How many vacancies are there?
There are 2 vacancies.
2 and one
Two,
person
I
did
should
not
say 2
reapply.
commissioners whose terms are
Okay,
up.
whose terms are up?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then next April, there will be the other 5.
I believe so, but don't
Yeah.
quote me on that. And if anybody does apply after the expiration date, we do hold on to their application should there be an unscheduled vacancy
Right, for a year,
for a year.
yes, correct. And you said there are no requests to speak. Deputy Mayor Joyce?
So what are we saying? You said between 3 and 5, is it up to?
Up to 3, up to 5.
So make up to 5, and everyone on our list will get interviewed, or everyone that gets multiple?
There's probably going to be
There's bound to be
overlap.
some crossover between selections. So everybody that the council has told me to pick will be notified by my office to come on down for an interview.
What if we end up with 25 and then we're
For 2 positions,
it's possible.
for everybody.
But then we're back,
Yeah. Well, this is why I'm coming to the council for
He's
direction.
passing the hat, passing the buck right here.
We have about 30 applicants,
30, 32, right?
30 to 32. 2 are with police right now for a background check. And then
Right.
once they're cleared, they'll be part of the application.
So choose 3, you're thinking?
If we all get 3 different, that's going to be half the list.
There may be some overlap, you don't think so?
Will our
Yeah.
list be public? Will our list be public? Our list that
Yes.
we choose for the interviews?
Yes.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking for direction right now is this has to be done in a public setting. I can't get emailed your selection because of a hub and spoke portion of the Brown Act. So we would get your selection, and based on your selection, we would invite those candidates down for an interview at the next workshop.
Yeah, and just influencing.
We can make it public, we can make it transparent.
Doesn't have
I'm
to
not
be
sure
public.
about, we can make it, I'm not sure if we can make it like a blind pick. I would have to defer to our city attorney on that.
I just don't, if we're gonna, I think the most fair process doesn't tell them who we're advancing into the final round. I'm just trying to think of a way to do that that doesn't prejudice the final process as best we can, to be fair.
Councilmember Robinson?
I think I think it is fair to call it down to the top 15 or 16, whatever half is. And, you know, we could do that by, if everybody was to pick their three primaries, and then we throw in an alternate name. So if we all had three different names, which I don't think we would, but that would be 15, right? We're there, basically. But if, say, we cross over and we have duplicates and we come up with 10, well, if we all had one or two alternates, that would allow, you know where I'm going, Mr. Clerk?
Yes,
But
yes.
I don't know, would that work for you you'd have to do a little gymnastics?
We would have to do some ranked choice math and
Yeah,
everything,
I'm
but
just-
that could be doable.
I mean, I just think we should get as many to interview as possible, and I don't know how else to do it.
So you're saying top 5?
Let's just do 4.
Each person provide 5?
Huh? What? I'm
Peter
sorry,
wants
I-
no more than 4. So does Eric. I
just
didn't
say
see that.
We do no more than 4. But I just want to clarify. So we're going to show up at the next council meeting with a piece of paper, folded over, that we will deliver to the clerk.
Yes, it cannot be electronically, apparently.
Well, the electronic point is not the issue. The issue is that the voter tally, should be public, right? So yes, you could hand it over, fold it over, so it's not clear. It would not be my preferred method. I think if you're going to identify that you're top 4, you should identify your top 4, and the clerk will know who that is.
Yeah.
But between now and then, if you want me to take a closer look at whether it can be done as a.
I would just say no more than 4, and then you can figure out if we got to put it up on the screen after we turn it in.
Yeah.
But if we don't put it up on the screen, it would still be a public record that would be identifiable and releasable, so.
Right. So let me get this clear. So our names will be associated with those 4, correct? Yes, because that's how we do it when we actually do the selection process. So,
And
yeah,
again, this is just to invite candidates to be interviewed.
yes. Councilmember Figueroa or Deputy Mayor Joyce, did you want to speak again? No, okay.
I just had a technical question. So that means that we won't have a meeting next week, correct?
Correct.
And it would give us enough time to hopefully try to interview as many people as we can. So when we show up on the 9th,
Yes.
we would have, okay.
The names.
Just want to make sure.
And then based on
Up
your
your top.
selections, we'll print the packet for the workshop the following day for the 12th, 16th, I believe.
Okay.
So I will repeat that we will be getting the list or the applications tomorrow. We will be presenting our requests or our selection list of up to 4 at the city council meeting of the 9th. By the 11th, the city clerk's office will be notifying the council and those who are on the list of that action. And then we will have from the 12th through the daytimes, the 16th, to interview or make that decision. Then the interviews will actually be on the 16th at 5:30.
Correct.
Okay,
At a council workshop.
that's the motion, I believe, that is before us. Or do you need a motion, or do you? I think it's-
Just direction.
Direction,
And just
okay.
council consensus on
I
how
think
to
we have the
proceed.
consensus on that, right? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Navarro, for coming up with a suggestion. I don't remember when we had that many for 2, yeah. Okay, item number 26, advanced written request to reserve time to speak. Got Crystal Rusing, president of the Del Oro Village number 7. Is Crystal Rusing here? Dimitri, okay, so she's not here. How about Dimitri Demidov? He's not here. Okay. So now that was advanced request to speak. Now we have communications from the public regarding items on this agenda who signed up today. How many do we have?
There's 7, but I know several have already left. I don't know if Mr. Layton is still here, but he was on the list, so. I will go ahead and start the list. How many minutes?
7 times 2 is 14. They've been here all this time. Okay, I'm going to give you 2 minutes, but if you need a little more time, I'll work with you. How's that?
It'll be really quick.
Okay, the
I
first
just
person is
gotta
Leslie Davies, followed by Sandy Boss.
Let me pull it up. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Leslie Davies, and I'm here today because I was deeply disappointed to hear that there was some interest in bringing a rodeo to the Front Wave Arena. While some may see rodeos as nothing more than entertainment, the reality is that they are inherently cruel to the animals involved. One of the most distressing events in a rodeo is the calf roping. In this event, a terrified baby calf, just a few months old, is forced to run at full speed and then is violently lassoed and then pulled back. Often they break their necks and they can often break their backs. And there was one vet who said there was always an injury associated with that event. They can suffer internal injuries and extreme stress. These young animals still developing are subject to trauma simply for the sake of entertainment. This is not a tradition, it is cruelty disguised as a sport. We have already seen the tragic consequences of the rodeos in San Diego. They had 2 horses who have died, and countless other animals have been injured. Oceanside is not a ranching community, and I'm asking the Oceanside City Council to take a stand against this cruelty by passing an ordinance to ban certain rodeo activities that involve this extreme inhumane treatment of animals, often resulting in injuries and even in death. San Diego Humane Society is also encouraging cities to pass similar ordinances. I urge you to please lead the way by ensuring these harmful practices will never have a place in our community. Once again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Leslie. Sandy Boss, followed by Stephen Vanderib.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Mayor Sanchez and City Council. According to expert Temple Grandin, the single worst thing you can do to an animal is to make it feel fear. Fear is bad for animals, and it's worse than pain. Not only is the rodeo all about invoking fear, but the animals suffer excruciating pain. Many suffer broken backs, broken ribs, legs, and torn ligaments. Oftentimes, their lungs and their internal organs are punctured. Many will suffer a slow and agonizing death. This is a high price to pay for entertainment. The injuries also occurred during practice sessions and also require replacement animals. The hot-shot electric prod causes excruciating pain and intense pain, so much that the animal will buck so hard they sometimes break their backs. We used to think nothing about chaining a dog for 24 hours, 7 days a week, and today that's illegal here in Oceanside. Just like chaining a dog, people are becoming aware of how cruel these rodeo events are for animals. We hope you will take measures to ensure that these exceptionally cruel events never occur here in the city of Oceanside. Oceanside is looking pretty good. I've lived here for 45 years, and it looks to me like it's cleaned up, it looks bright and shiny, and it's just a very nice place to come. But I don't think we should add all this cruelty now at this point when we have a chance to say no. So I hope that you vote and take measures to ensure these exceptionally cruel events never occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Vanderib, and Jimmy Knott after him.
Looks like mine might be 2 minutes, 30 seconds. But hello, my name is Stephen Vanderib. I've came a few times. I'm just coming to report back. I'm representing Oceanside roller skating. Before this, I was just a volunteer, but now I'm a city volunteer registered with HR. But I just want to talk about some updates happening at the park. this month as we became official. Even though we only did 2 events so far, I've been doing these meetups for 4 years without any incidences that I stated before. This shows how we operate. It shows that we respect the space. We try to treat the park with respect. Over these past 4 years, we've cleaned the park. We participated in food drives. We participated in Pride for Oceanside. We participated in the Oceanside Arts Culture Foundation. And we supported local businesses like Pit Stop, supporting them and bringing our skaters there. So everything we do is free. We perform for free. We teach classes for free. And it's all about bringing families together. So no kids are on the sideline. Parents and families can roller skate together, and that's what we're trying to bring. Our permit is from 5:30 to 8 p.m. right now. The event actually was reduced. We were moved from Thursdays to Friday and from 4 hours to now 2 hours. So many people skate with us. Derby people roller skate over there. We use the same wheels. And hockey people skate with us as well, parents. So most of them don't even know we're having this conversation. So we're speaking on the behalf of most, but what most people don't know is that roller skates, our center of gravity is different. So we can't be like inline skating in the streets. It actually causes more falls when we don't have steady ground. So what I'm speaking on today is to support probably the expansion and to build a new rink like Long Beach did this month. San Diego now has one too at Liberty Station. I went to the ribbon cutting ceremony for the futsal court and the skate park yesterday, which I thought was amazing. So hopefully I can follow the footsteps and do what's right. And I'm just here to give a report and update.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Knott, followed by Mike Clark.
Mayor, council members, abuse of power and corruption travels easily downhill. And we've learned well from the feds to here locally. And it was showed tonight. We learned locally how to tick off the community by, number one, reducing the times down to a breath. It was ridiculous. We were wimps. In the past, as you know, I've attended these meetings for over 30 years. We've gone on to 3 o'clock in the morning to let the public have a voice. You took that voice tonight and you cut it. That hurt, especially to those people who were disabled. I was ashamed. My brother had cerebral palsy. It would take him 5 minutes to get one sentence. And what did you do? You ignored those needs. There's an importance to being heard and being a feeling of being heard in a democratic republic. Whose government is it? It's not yours. It's ours. All of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knott. Mike Clark, followed by AJ. Is there a Mike Clark? He left, okay.
Hi there, my name is AJ. I reside in District 1. I have been an Oceanside resident for just over a month now. I just wanted to share
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and thank you for letting me speak today along with 54 other people and that one thing that's crazy. I wanted to share how much the skating community means to me. Seeing the new skate park open in San Diego has been awesome, and hearing that the Friday night skate has been moved and reduced just has me feeling a little bit worried about my new community. You see, the skate community and community as a whole have always been really, really important to me. That's why leaving mine behind in Iowa was really hard. But if I know one thing, it's that folks who roller skate are usually really awesome, and I was not disappointed when I moved here and found my new community. From the moment I signed up for Friday night skating, this community welcomed me with open arms, gave me a safe space to belong, a way to meet new friends, and made Oceanside feel like home almost instantly. I may be new here, but thanks to this incredible group, I already feel like I'm something bigger. It'd be heartbreaking to see others miss out on this opportunity if we were kicked out of our space for other sports. With that said, public spaces are for everyone, and we have been more than willing to share. Wrapping up here, skating brings a diverse, welcoming community, and it's about more than just skating. It's about connection, belonging, and making Oceanside a place where everybody like me feels at home. I truly hope we can keep these good vibes going, and I am truly excited to be a resident here. Thank you.
Thank you. General council member comments?
Thank you all for sharing. Just to wrap up, we were notified today, I'm the Police and Fire Commission liaison. There is going to be a new date and time for those meetings. The meetings will be moved to the second Tuesday of the month, starting at 5 p.m. There's been some discussion from members of the public about moving those meetings so more can attend. And then just want to thank our city manager and Parks and Recs director and all the city staff, police, everyone that was out yesterday at the John Landis skate park ribbon cutting. It was a wonderful, special event, and I think the turnout was insane. It was amazing to see probably 100 plus, maybe more. It felt like people kept coming, and so it was a really cool experience. So thank you all.
Eric?
Since the last meeting, I took the airport tour of our Oceanside airport, and it was really phenomenal, interesting. You know, it's one of the dynamic things about our city that a lot of cities don't have, and so I was thankful that staff joined us, and I got to ask a lot of questions about what they do, and really learned a lot about a unique feature of our city. And then I already covered what happened at the Housing Commission. We have a new commissioner, Mr. Murphy, who has experience working in housing from up in Berkeley with many, many years. So it sounds like he's going to be a great addition to the team. So we appreciate him joining on. And I also joined the Landis Skate Park ribbon cutting, which was phenomenal. And I just want to commend our Parks and Recs team and Public Works on putting together. I mean, I had so many questions about this going on forever, and then they came together with this awesome skate spot in a very condensed space, which is a super big challenge. And so I'm just really blown away and proud of the work they did.
Yeah, I want to add my kudos to staff for the skate park at John Landis. I know that the original plan included just kind of going through a catalog and looking at different elements and just putting them out there, basically replacing what was there. And there were a lot of voices for doing something more than that. And I know I was pretty pushy about that. So I was, and then and then the community came in and it was just fantastic. What they did, I mean, they used creativity. They actually made the space, the skate park even bigger by moving, working with SDG&E to move the electric equipment out and over, and it's just really wonderful. And then we had Poseidon Foundation, Michaela Ramirez, bringing world-renowned skaters to come there and work with the kids, and they even brought freebies. One was a Olympics person, winner, whatever, and it was just really, really wonderful. So kudos to city staff for going above and beyond and providing a community that really deserved it after many years of just kind of being, not really having a lot of love and tender love and care, to really feeling, I think, that, okay, this is really special place. We're not done yet. We still have I think it's $1.1 million from Congressman Levin to do the planning for the park. I know Councilmember Figueroa is so very much, just excited about getting in there. He's been involved throughout the process. Before he was a council member, now even with more gusto as a council member. So it's very, very exciting to see all the positive things, all the positive energy. It really is unfortunate that when the Great Recession happened, there was that 10% cut across that meant no programming for this park. But now that part of it is over, just so happy. Thank you, Mr. Borrego. And I have some other stuff, but I'll leave it for next council meeting. Councilmember Robinson?
Real quick, because I didn't share anything last time, just on the 6th, I was at the Chamber of Commerce Emerging Issues Forum where we got a presentation from the Boys and Girls Club of Northwest San Diego, which is the new conglomeration between San Diego and Oceanside. So a lot to share with that group. On the 17th, I did take in the Cal Cities Legislative Briefing webinar, and tomorrow I will be going to Burbank for the Public Safety Committee. Their committee meetings are up in Burbank tomorrow, and I'm sacrificing opening day Padres.
Darn it.
I know. Also on the 17th, did a district listening session with our police chief and his staff out at Melba Bishop. It was very informative, not as well attended as I had hoped, but a lot of good information was shared. And then the Utilities Commission was on the 18th, and we voted on some of those items tonight. The OPD swearing-in ceremony and promotions on the 19th, that was it was here in the chambers. Still not sure if I like it here or at the other place at the church better. On the 19th, we did the airport tour along with some others on council. It was very informative. And then yesterday, I went out to Pro Kids First Tee out at our Muni course. If you haven't been out there, I would encourage council members to schedule, and I'm happy to help schedule that or get you out there to see what that program's really about. It's pretty amazing. Now, the next comment I make is going to be complimentary because I was taught to praise before criticizing. So, Mayor, you did a really good job tonight coordinating the meeting. A little less clapping maybe, but other than that, you followed all the procedures. Now, Wednesday, I wouldn't have said that. And I just want to remind you that when I made a motion Wednesday, related to the South Morro Hills Community Plan. You jumped right on top and made your own motion, and you are required as parliamentarian of the presiding officer, I should say, that you, section 2.1.44 requires if a motion is properly made, the presiding officer shall call for a second. So I just encourage you to please ensure that you follow those parliamentary procedures so that we can all be heard and have our motions properly voted on.
Funny that actually happened at Sandag. I made a motion, and there was another motion after me, and that one got the second right after that. So my motion ended up disappearing. So, all right, our next council meeting is, oh my gosh, what day is it? The 9th of April. So see you there. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.